All right, we're live, so I'm going to call to order the March 25th, 2025 Independent School District 194 meeting of the school board. Please rise with me to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we're going to start off with a roll call of the board, starting on my right.
Amber Cameron.
Brett Nicholson.
Paul Carbone.
Matt Swanson.
Michael Bauman.
Kim Baker.
Carly Anderson.
Brian Thompson, School Board.
All right, moving down the agenda. Any additions or modifications to the agenda requested by the board members?
I have one request.
Director Baker.
I was wondering if we can move item 7A, the recommended action, to a report under 6, just because that's something that we haven't discussed yet as a board. I'm not quite sure exactly where it came from. We haven't had anything from our executive cabinet related to data or data systems, and I just would like some more information on that before we actually put that to a vote.
All right, so is you're making a motion to remove it from 7A and put it down to a report?
Put it in reports
Right.
through, so it'd be like 6E,
Sure.
just because at this time, I'm not even ready to vote on it because I'm not sure what it's even related to.
So remove it from 7A, remove the vote on it, and remove it to a discussion in 6E.
Correct.
All right. There being a motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Director Anderson. Any discussion on the motion? Director Thompson.
Yeah, I'm not opposed for it to move into the reports, but based on what you hear what we discuss, if it warrants a recommended action, do we still have the ability to do that?
I'm not sure how it warrants a recommended action when we haven't discussed it as a board. I'm not sure why it's on the agenda. We haven't had a report from anybody at the district office related to data analytics system. And I guess I'm not quite sure why the board is even discussing it at this point unless it's an action that's recommended by the district itself. In fact, I'm thinking the topics that we've discussed as a board that I've been waiting to come on the agenda would be Policy 535. That was the last thing I have on my notes on something that had warranted a further discussion that hasn't been brought up yet.
Director Thompson.
I believe this is probably, this came out of the academic reports that came out over the past 3-4 weeks. We talked about tying data together, but be glad to learn more about it during the report section.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I just think that the board as a whole didn't come up with any type of a recommendation out of those reports that we were going to move forward with any type of a resolution.
Director Cameron.
I support moving it as well to earlier in the agenda. I think for me, the recommended action is similar to a policy review. I think we need to have time for our community also to be able to give feedback on ways to improve it before it would ever go to a vote to the board.
Just one more comment on it too. Just reading through it, knowing that we haven't discussed it as a board and I haven't received any proposals from the executive cabinet or the superintendent or administration. To me, it seems like the board's overstepping their grounds on this into the administration. We are policy and governance, and this is deciding how we're doing data. I have extreme concerns about some of the things that are listed there, specifically class level data and having access to that. Which would be very easy to pick out individual students, I think, particularly kids with disabilities. So I just am not sure where this recommended, where this resolution came from. And like I said, I want to be very careful as a board that we stay within our lane of governance.
Why don't I provide you a little clarification? As Director Thompson mentioned, we had several meetings of the Board of Directors where assessment data was provided to us. This does stem from multiple conversations I've had with Dr. McDonald and Superintendent Bauman about us as a board being able to assess the performance of our schools. Giving our number one function of a school board is to improve the academic outcomes of our students. And based on the assessment data we've been provided so far, I don't know that we're able to set realistic goals for those improvements. Everything is lagging, or if we're looking at MCA data, we've been informed that it's more of an indication of how the system as a whole is doing. The goal out of this resolution, which a resolution is nothing more than an elongated motion with more specificity, is to provide further direction of what we would want from the district in order to better do our jobs as a board in assessing the performance of our administration and of our schools.
Yeah, I completely understand that, but as you said, the conversations were between you, the superintendent, and Assistant Superintendent McDonald. Those conversations weren't with the entire board, where we came up with as a board that this would be our resolution that we would bring forth, so.
Yeah, and I'm not opposed to including a section of the reports for discussion, but then leaving it on for a vote, because, I don't know what specific provisions in the resolution you would disagree with or would not want to approve.
There are
Director
several,
Anderson?
so we can get to that when we go through the discussion.
Director Anderson?
I do think we're sitting in a situation where we have had a lot of conversation about how data could help us better analyze how students are performing and how the district is performing. But I do agree that this has not been brought before our board to discuss. And my main concern is how this, basically the impact of this on our technology team, what we already have in place, and how we could potentially better utilize the services that we do have, like EduClimber and FastBridge, to give us information that perhaps we already have. Because I would understand this to have significant financial implications, and I just think we have a very long list of priorities in the district, and I think we need to, as a board, discuss where this falls in the list of priorities.
Not only that, but our process. Like, usually things come to the board for discussion.
Director Cameron?
Can I just make a recommendation that based on the motion and based on this, it seems like we do need a conversation about this. But I think right now we're just trying to get the agenda approved. So I'm wondering if we can hold conversation about the actual resolution. But I think it's been noted that, and this certainly shows that we need robust conversation about this.
Director Nicholson?
That's fine. I'll hold my comments then for discussion.
Director Carbone?
Yeah, I could use this for discussion too, but on the February 25th meeting, when we talked,
Just pull it closer to you.
on the February 25th meeting, when the director of tech gave a presentation and we were talking about initiatives and analytics, and then on February 18th, during that meeting with the data dashboard, we had dialogue about analytics and some of the metrics that were being shown. And the resolution itself, if you look at the resolution, in essence, what it says that by June 1st, that there needs to be cost options presented to the whole board, and that the board on that day, or whenever that meeting is, I should say, would review and approve those cost options and the approach to this. So this resolution is not a done deal, if you will. This resolution is to move an initiative forward, which is important.
Any further discussion? All right, there being no further discussion, the motion that has been made by Director Baker and seconded by Director Anderson is to remove item 7A from the agenda completely and add a discussion as item 6E to the agenda to solely discuss a resolution for a data analytics system and not to have a vote on that issue. Let's do a roll call vote.
Point of clarification, yes means what and no means what in this
Yes would
motion?
mean removing it from the recommended actions and no vote on moving forward with the data analytics with the resolution, and then moving it to 6E as a discussion point only.
No.
Matt Swanson,
No.
Kim Baker,
Yes.
Brett Nicholson,
No.
Amber Cameron,
Yes.
Brian Thompson,
No.
Carly Anderson. Yes.
All right, the vote is 3 yes, 4 no, so the motion fails. Any other motions to amend the agenda or revise anything in the agenda? There being none, I would move to approve the agenda as drafted. Is there a second?
A second.
All right, seconded by Director Thompson. All those in favor of approval of the agenda as drafted, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, so say no.
No.
Just so I got that, were there 2 noes on the left-hand side here?
3.
3, all right. The agenda is approved. Move on to the good news.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Some good news for Lakeville area schools. Lakeville DECA students succeeded at state. 128 students from the Lakeville North and Lakeville South High School DECA teams competed at the 2025 Minnesota DECA State Career Development Conference in Minneapolis, Minnesota on March 2nd through the 4th. Several students from both teams made the great accomplishment of competing in finals, with 13 students earning top rankings and qualifying for the International Career Development Conference. The 13 qualifying Lakeville North and South DECA students will compete alongside more than 22,000 top students from around the world at the 2025 International Career Development Conference, April 26th through the 29th in wonderful Orlando, Florida. So good luck to all those competing, and congratulations for those who have moved on. Lakeville area students awarded at Visual Arts Exhibition. 10 pieces of student artwork from Lakeville North and Lakeville South High Schools were recently represented at the South Suburban Conference Visual Arts Exhibit. 6 Lakeville area high school students took home awards for their art. Take a look at the amazing talent that we have here in Lakeville area schools at isd194.org/news to see those. And congratulations to those award winners. Lakeville students shine at the Minnesota Scholastic Art Awards. 7 students from Lakeville South High School and 16 students from Lakeville North have earned various awards at the 2025 Minnesota Scholastic Arts Awards. Art was awarded based on originality, skill, and the expression of a voice or vision that stands out from classroom assignments and social media trends. Gold Key Awards will go on to competition at the national level. And again, you could go to isd194.org/news and see some of that work. Lakeville South Encore hits a milestone in a cappella. And if you've never heard that group sing, I highly recommend you take the time to do it when the opportunity presents. On March 15th, Lakeville South High School Encore represented Minnesota at Varsity Vocals International Championship of High School A Cappella Great Lakes Semifinals in Milwaukee. Out of the 70 teams from Illinois, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, Encore was selected as one of the top 10 teams to advance to the Great Lakes semifinals. It's an amazing accomplishment to be the second Minnesota team ever to reach this level of ICHSA status. While they didn't advance to the final round in New York City, the singers left everything on the stage and made an unforgettable impact. The journey they've taken together this season has been nothing short of incredible. And you can read more about that as well at isd194.org/news at your leisure. I want to make a couple of announcements here along with the good news. First of all, Advisory Council application process. That opens April 7th through the 25th, so coming right up. And I'd like to highlight an opportunity for Lakeville area schools, families, students, and staff to get more involved and provide input and feedback for the district, our schools, and our programs. Our district has 9 advisory councils available for participation, including a finance advisory council, special education advisory council, teaching and learning advisory council, and more. The application process for Lakeville area schools advisory council positions for 25-26 will be open again from May 7th to April 25th. If you or anyone are interested in applying, visit our website at isd194.org to learn more. And we thank you for your interest and encourage you to apply. And then finally, exciting updates for school district newsletters. I'm excited to announce a new communication initiative from Lakeville Area Schools. Starting in April, we're going to launch 194 Pride, a monthly e-newsletter specifically designed for our broader Lakeville area community. 194 Pride will be distributed to email boxes the first Friday of each month, unless otherwise noted. This new community-focused e-newsletter will feature school board updates, district announcements, celebration of student and staff achievements, community connections, and much, much more. We encourage all community members to sign up to receive the 194 Pride and stay informed about the great work happening across your school district. And to sign up to receive 194 Pride is your email inbox. Visit isd194.org/194pride. As you exit the board meeting, you can also scan the QR code at the door or grab a handout with sign-up details. And we look forward to keeping you connected with all things happening in our district. So the next thing I want to do is share an exciting thing and introduce a guest, our Oak Hills Elementary Ignite teacher, Heather McKinley. Miss Heather McKinley, 4th grade Ignite teacher, and Corey Birch, 5th grade Ignite student. The Ignite program, housed at Oak Hills Elementary, offers 3rd through 5th graders in the district an accelerated core curriculum with an emphasis on inquiry-based learning. And today, they'll be sharing an exciting aspect of the program, Student Passion Projects. And I can't wait to hear what you have to say, and thank you so much for coming. And are you comfortable up there standing? Okay. All right. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Good evening, board members and Lakeville Cabinet. Thank you for having us to highlight Ignite's passion projects. My name is Heather, as he said, and I've been the Ignite 4th grade teacher for over 11 years now. I have here presenting with me my former student, Cora. Passion projects allow students to explore topics that they truly care and wonder about, making learning more engaging and meaningful, and letting them explore their curiosities along the way. They may choose to do something new, like cooking or baking, coding, woodworking, or improving a skill, like free throws or artistic techniques. They may also deeply research a topic, like prosthetic limbs over the years, animal shelters, natural disasters, or historic plagues, their causes and their effects. The possibilities are endless. All projects must include a research component and guiding questions along with a presentation to the entire class. Academically, these projects encourage research, critical thinking, and creativity. Socially, they provide opportunities for collaboration and communication, often leading to an interview with an expert within our own community. Civic engagement can be fostered by interviewing these community experts or choosing projects that address community needs or raise awareness of important issues that a student cares deeply about. Personally, students develop perseverance, problem-solving skills, and confidence as they take ownership of their learning, discover where the learning path may lead, and present their final passion project to their peers. On the next slide, you will see Cora's hard work on one of her very first passion projects on the human eye. I would now like to introduce my former student, Cora Birch.
My name is Cora, and I am currently in 5th grade Ignite. This is my 2nd year in Ignite, and I absolutely love it. Ignite is so much more challenging than the previous grades I've been in before, and I've learned so much. My favorite part about Ignite is the passion projects. It is so fun to create a presentation about something students are curious about and want to learn more about. And it's so interesting to see each other's fellow students' curiosities and watch them present too. I'm most proud of how much I learned and how much detail I put into this project. This was one of my very first passion projects I made in my very first year in Ignite, and it was so fun to learn about a topic of my choice that interests me. We are doing a career project in 5th grade right now, and being an optometrist is one of the 3 jobs I would like to be when I grow up. One of the biggest one of the biggest challenges I faced was finding an expert. It took my family a while to brainstorm ideas, but eventually we figured something out. I went to McDonald Eye Care for one of my relatives' eye appointments, and I learned a lot. I took notes and we saw all the machines they used, and eventually I got to use those same machines later because I went there for an eye appointment, and I learned that I needed glasses later. During this project, I discovered that the human eye has a blind spot where the optic nerve enters the eye. This spot is where nerves and blood vessels that supply the eye enter and exit, and not covered by light-sensitive cells. However, the brain can fill in the missing information so that we are unaware of the blind spot. Cows also have a blind spot, and I was able to dissect a cow eye and learn similarities to the human eye this year. I also learned that color blindness occurs more in boys than girls because the genes responsible for color blindness are located on the X chromosome. Males only have one X chromosome, whereas females have two X chromosomes. If one is defective on the female, there's still another working one. If two are defective, this leads to color blindness in girls. If one is defective in a male, this causes color blindness for them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Cora, I have to do a presentation in a minute, and maybe I should have you do it. Yeah, I think people would enjoy it more anyway. Thank you so much, and thank you for all your hard work as a student and as a teacher. Bless you and thank you. Sir, that concludes my good news.
Well, that was amazing, Cora. I learned something, or multiple things actually, about the eyes. That was really interesting and great job. So thank you for that. We are going to move on to public comment. We're going to open up the floor to allow the public to address the board with comments and concerns. To participate in public comment, individuals must have registered in advance using the form provided on our website. You have to sign up by noon on the Monday before the scheduled public comment section. There will be no board response during the session. Public comments framed as complaints and or concerns about students and or staff are not appropriate in a public forum due to data privacy laws. Those comments should be addressed to the administration outside of a public meeting. Likewise, complaints about school board members should be privately directed to the board chair and or the superintendent. No formal action will be taken on a topic presented during public comment. As necessary, the administration will follow up with the appropriate personnel on any concerns that need to be individually addressed. Also, if necessary, the board will follow up during board communications at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. Individual remarks are limited to 3 minutes, and the board will provide a signal, which is this, when you have 30 seconds remaining of your time. Please try to keep audience noise to a minimum to allow everyone the opportunity to speak uninterrupted. We have 3 individuals who've signed up today. So we're going with number 1. Robin Richards.
I don't think I'm going to need this.
Welcome back, Ms. Richards.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Good evening. My name is Robin Richards, and I come before you with deep concern for this board. It's a sincere desire that I have for this board to see you lead well. And as evidenced by the start of this meeting, you're struggling. You're struggling with confusion and dysfunction, and I want to talk about that tonight. Governance is a responsibility. It's not about control, power, or performance. It's about learning. It's about preparation and service. And right now, this board is struggling to fulfill that responsibility. Educators, students, families, and community members, we're all watching. And what we're witnessing is dysfunction. It's wasted time, and it's decisions that are eroding public trust. Let's talk about time. It's our most valuable and non-renewable resource, and it's being squandered. Not only in pulling administration into the poster business, but also in the way the meetings are being run. They're excessively long and often chaotic. When motions are mishandled or discussions spiral off, it doesn't appear thoughtful, it appears unprepared, and that undermines confidence. You made the decision to eliminate work sessions and convert all meetings into voting sessions. That hasn't led to transparency, it's led to confusion, which is evidenced even this evening in the proposed resolution for the data analytics system being moved on the agenda. Work sessions are transparent, they're recorded, they're open to the public, and they provide space for learning and collaborative problem solving. They are where good governance happens, and you need them. Bring them back. I also question your use of the resources available to you, like the Minnesota School Board Association. There's essential training, guidance, even a library of resources on tools designed to help you succeed. They should be utilized rather than using things like on-the-fly ChatGPT referencing during votes. That's not responsible governance, it's disrespectful. The lack of accountability continues to erode trust. Take the poster controversy. From the beginning, you were advised by the superintendent, community members, and even within your own discussions to stay in your lane and let the educators do their work. You were told this was not the board's role, yet the board moved forward. You didn't deal with the policy. So now, at the last meeting, when a member says, "I don't know how we ended up in the poster business," shame on you. You should know. That was your discussion. It's something that you created, not something that you inherited. You did inherit litigation. In fact, I was on this board in 2022 when the process began, and I was explicitly advised not to engage with individuals involved. And yet, I saw pictures of several of you last week interacting warmly with them after the meeting. That's not appropriate, nor is it acceptable. There's learning that needs to happen, and that's the heart of this message. Learn what inclusion truly means. When a board member asks, "How do we make a poster so no one feels left out?" you miss the point. The inclusion poster series was created not to center the majority. It was designed to uplift
That's
those
time.
who have been historically marginalized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can't make it stop. There you go.
Justin?
I don't know how I'm going to follow Cora up. That was awesome. All right. Good evening. My name is Justin. I am a parent in the Avonlea neighborhood off of 185th and Cedar. I am within the bubble of the redirection proposal for McGuire Middle School, and I'm here tonight just to express some concerns about the recent zoning changes that I saw. So with the new zoning, my child will be attending McGuire Middle School. While I understand that these are necessary given growth, this specific shift means that my child will be going to middle school with very few, if any, of his existing classmates. And he'll be forced to start over, building new friendships and adjusting entirely to a new social environment. And this will be challenging for my child and many others as we're going through a zoning change. But it's especially difficult to see how this proposed change's future-proofing exists when I notice that my child will be separated from those familiar faces again. And what I mean by that is in just 3 years of middle school, my child, along with other his age in our neighborhood, will face another transition when they move on to high school. So McGuire is zoned for Lakeville South High School, as you know. And when he attends Lakeville South, when he ends up going to high school, he will be going to Lakeville North. And in the span of just 4 years, he and many other children will have to split from their friend groups not only once, but twice. So these repeated separations are not just an inconvenience. They can cause emotional strain and academic performance and challenge the sense of belonging that these children may have to school. So if their year class, like the group of them that year, changes repeatedly, they may not feel vested within that year class. And so I'm just here tonight to urge the board to please carefully consider these elementary to middle school transitions, but then also please look forward to going from middle school to high school to ensure that these children are able to have a contiguous class that goes back and forth between there, helping them stay vested and have a successful education in Lakeville schools. As I have a couple seconds left, I just want to say thank you to the entirety of the Cherry View staff. They are absolutely amazing people, the teachers, the administrative staff, and everybody and anywhere in between. And a shout out to the teachers. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Jessica Conley.
Hello, I'm Jessica Connolly. I'm also here to speak about the proposed changes for the middle school. I live in Glacier Creek. I have 3 children, a second grader, a kindergarten, and a 3-year-old. My 2 oldest children currently attend Cherry View Elementary. When we moved into our house, we were told they would attend Cherry View. However, when we registered our oldest for kindergarten, she was then moved to Lakeview because Cherry View was full. This was going to be a temporary solution until Highview opened. However, we thought, okay, this is not ideal, but once Highview opens, she will be one of every student in the school who's new to our surprise, when the boundaries were changed last year, she was then going back to Cherry View. However, when she did, she was one of only 3 second graders to be moved to Cherry View and one of only 18 kids to be moved from Lakeview to Cherry View. She had a very tough transition and didn't feel like this was her school, as she had lost all of her friends. Now to see that it is possible that the kids in this neighborhood will be ripped from their classmates again to be sent to the middle school furthest away from our house is frustrating. Moving them at the start of middle school to where a school where they will only know a few of their classmates is going to be very disruptive at this pivotal point in their lives. And it'll hinder their academic performance. After they settle in and get to know their classmates, they will then again have their lives uprooted and be moved to a high school where they'll have to rekindle those friendships that they made in elementary. To have these kids constantly be moved from north schools to south schools and back again is something I do not believe any parent would wish and choose for their child. In the last meeting, it was said that it was a priority to not move the established neighborhoods. It would be more of a process to do so. To me, this sounds like you are saying it's too much work to take the needs of these children in the new neighborhoods under consideration. With the model that was presented last week, there was no thought or consideration in making it. All that was done was singling out the new neighborhoods and sending these kids to McGuire, which is, again, the furthest away from our houses. This would be extremely disruptive and inefficient in terms of transportation. Please stop punishing the kids in our neighborhoods because of poor planning. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving down to the consent agenda. Are there any items that the board would like to remove from the consent agenda? If there are none, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda items. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Carbone, being a first and a second. All those in favor of approving the items on the consent agenda, being 4A through 4E, say aye. 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 Are those opposed, say no.
No.
There's one no. The consent agenda is approved. Moving down to reports. Mr. Superintendent, I believe this is you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen, this evening I'm coming forward in a report to provide information about a potential levy for the upcoming November election. I think we have to do an election as a school district for a board seat, so we are already committed to an election process. So the next step in the conversation, I think, with regard to Lakeville area schools is how are we going to move forward and try to fulfill our mission as we progress through time and attempt to do the many things that are required of us along our strategic plan. What we are faced with from this particular sequence is the opportunity to renew an existing levy that started back in 2015. And just to review some of the more technical details around levying, what schools can do in terms of levy, typically an operating levy, which provides general funds, is sustaining funding for districts on our day-to-day operations, and school boards have the authority, granted by the state of Minnesota through legislation, to renew one time with just a board vote on operating levies. So those are some characteristics about an operating levy that I think are key and essential for everybody to know and understand. Capital projects levies are restricted funds, and they're for instructional technology, other physical items and building improvements, related to the learning environment, and some limited staff positions can be funded through a capital projects levy. And then there's bond referendums, which are restricted funds and for building or improving existing buildings. So those are the three types. And then on the left there, I just kind of outlined property taxes are a combination of state and local taxes. Local tax authorities are the county, the city or town, and school districts. So those are the three taxing authorities that operate and apply to Lakeville area schools and the community of Lakeville area. The school district is the only one that has to ask voters for any tax increases.
Director Thompson.
Last year, we had a board vote for an operating levy. Is that correct? That's the one that we voted on? Or was that 2 years ago? 2 years ago, okay. We had a $1.5 million operating levy, and then the board elected to leverage the authority to renew that vote, correct? Okay, thank you.
Okay. And there is no specified funding for technology anywhere in the state of Minnesota for K-12 or pre-K-12 education. There's not a funding source. So just want to make sure everybody understands those dynamics and those technical terms. So in 2015, Lakeville Area School District residents kindly approved an operating levy and a capital project levy. And what we did specifically with that was reduce class size in core high school subjects, which essentially translates into we funded teachers to reduce our class sizes, restore elementary art programming that was eliminated from the school system back around 2007, 2008 from budget cuts that occurred back then, and then restoring fifth grade band opportunities for our kids in our school system. So on the capital project levy, we provided access to digital tools for learning, and I think a whole lot more than that, but supporting our college and career readiness, STEM programming as well, and then improving student safety systems. That there was a little discussion, I don't recall if it was here at the board meeting or in another venue, where there were questions asked about access control and when that came to our school district, and that's when it came to our school district. Prior to that, we had no access control systems in our school system, so I just want to make that note. So we're recommending that we renew the levy, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, renew the 2015 operating and capital levy in order to essentially sustain the operations at the current level. One of the key things to note about it, if we are able to renew for 10 more years, there's no increased tax impact for renewing either of these two levies. It's with net tax capacity and pupil unit growth. When you have, even though the operating levy had an inflationary factor attributed to it because we've grown and the number of pupil units we have and the new homes that we have in the system, we will realize essentially no tax increase across the system. So it is as true a renewal as possible. With regard to the option for the school board to vote on renewal, I covered that. One of the things that I did learn talking to our financial advisor, there is process-wise, if the board were to choose not to renew and go to the voters, there's essentially it creates a gap on inflation because you essentially reset on inflation. And that's $3.60 over 10 years, roughly a $500,000 impact.
Director Baker.
So just one point of clarification here. So when we're voting to renew the levy, it's based on the guidelines that were put in place currently or passed when that levy was originally passed.
Right. It's just to sustain exactly where we are. It's to keep, I guess I have I was going to say, can you change the chart? But it looks like it's not going backwards.
I think there's one that says how the funding will be used, or.
Yep. So this is what we're trying to do. I think. Can you go back one more? No. Okay.
Or maybe.
bottom line is go forward one. This is what we would be sustaining that exists in the system right now. And after this presentation, we're going to do an overview of information technology, which is the largest portion of the capital project levy, to talk about what this has allowed us to do as a school system and help board members and the public that may be interested, well, I'm sure they're interested, would want to understand the value proposition with regard to the levy that passed in 2015 and what we're just simply asking to sustain in the system going forward.
Director Anderson.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine.
Can we go back to what you said earlier about, and you can continue your thought if you, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
When you said increase of $500,000, so are you saying if we put it out to the public, that increases tax?
No, I didn't.
tax-
I'm sorry. If I said increase, I didn't mean increase. What I was trying to explain is that the inflationary factor reset with a non-board vote, and you take it to the voters, creates an awkward gap between the end of life of the first and the new life of the second that essentially is a loss of $500,000.
Director Thompson.
And so the operating levy is the one that that the board has the authority to vote on.
Correct, just the operating
The capital
levy.
project levy does not.
Does
Okay.
not.
And the operating levy is $1.7 million for the next 10 years. I think, again, 2 years ago, the board approved a $1.5 million operating levy, leveraging the one-time voting authority. And then the capital project levy of $4 million will be on the ballot in November.
It must, yes.
Must be.
If the board chooses to move forward with,
The $4
with-
million.
and I'm not asking for a vote this evening. I'm just trying to inform everybody and advocate for sustainment without a tax increase to our community. Typically, when people hear levies, it's okay, you're going to ask me to pay more money, and I want to be very clear that that's not the intent here. And the program and plan here is sustainment for the next 10 years.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
Just for clarification, because maybe I got ahead of myself. For the tech presentation that we have tonight, is there anything on the tech presentation related to the data analytics system? Is that included in that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So again, this is actually the chart I was looking for to be most specific about what it is that the operating levy funds on the left-hand side and what the capital projects levy funds on the right-hand side. So those are the things that, again, we want to sustain in the system. We believe there's a strong value proposition for that. If we were not, if we chose not to go for a renewal or we were unsuccessful in a renewal, we would have to figure out $5.7 million or some, if one passes and the other doesn't, which has happened since I've been away. 14.2 full-time employees are paid for using our operating levy. So I don't know how to make this thing go, let's try that. Okay, go backwards. There we go. I should have to do push-ups for being incompetent on the technology. The operating levy funding is elementary art, fifth grade band, and current high school classes. So those are FTEs in order to provide that instruction and that mentorship to our kids in those particular areas. And then only 5.5 full-time employees are paid through the capital projects levy. If you remember earlier, I said there is some authorization for that, but that's all associated with the items that you see there on the right to support. A timeline, just to get a general idea. My goal would be to accelerate this if we can. April, and when we come back in April after our spring break, we will have a scientific survey. And just to be clear about that, we are intentional about saying the word scientific because you want to make sure that the process that you go through has statistical significance and statistical efficacy as you go through the process. So not everybody gets called, but a sampling based on, again, statistical analysis gives you the validity of the answers that you get in reply, and want to just check a lot of things. This is not something the community is unfamiliar with. But we will be doing that. And then my goal would be as quickly as possible, even though we put May on there, but I would shoot for quicker to come back to the board and share with the community what those results are and make an assessment about whether that's the time to vote to move forward with any of this. But right now, May would be our guidepost in terms of time to review the survey and determine a renewal plan. July 15th would be our latest opportunity for the school board to vote. So if we chose not to do that, that's the dwell time on the situation. We can certainly do it earlier than that. August 12th would be the latest opportunity for the school board to adopt a resolution to place on referendum questions on a November ballot. And then Election Day in November of 2025 is November 4th.
Director Thompson.
Yeah, so can we go back to the operating? I just want to make sure I understand the timing of this. So it's 1.7 million, and that was to fund the programs of fifth grade art, fifth grade band.
Elementary art, fifth
Elementary
grade
art.
band, and current high school class sizes, which, I'm just going to be candid about that. As we grow, that number becomes more elusive to us, and we have elementary guidelines for class sizes, but we have, over the years that I've been in this school system, we have not been able to or chosen not to attempt to do that in secondary. It's a little more difficult in secondary because the programming is different, the way that things occur. But I wouldn't say it's an impossibility. But for sure, if you set class size guidelines, you are investing in and making a solid statement about what your staffing levels are going to be. And of course, that's financially on the district to be able to figure out how to fund that. So that's the other challenge.
Director Anderson, did you have a question?
I didn't get to answer my question, but thank you. With July 15th being the drop dead date to make that decision on the operating levy to decide either we're going to vote for it or bring it to the public in November, that doesn't mean that the board can choose to vote on it earlier. And so the question that I have is that I believe in April-ish is the time frame where we are determining staffing levels for the following school year.
No, Director Thompson, we moved that to February.
Okay,
So we're already eyeball deep in that.
Got it. And so if the board elects not to do the operating levy vote and it goes into November, does that mean that we would have to adjust the staffing going into this fall, or is this enough to carry through the next school year?
That would be, we would have to make some decisions around that. Yes, it would be condition setting based on what your funding is. We're going to come to you here very shortly, also in April, with the FY26 forecast. And one of our planning assumptions is that we are successful on a renewal. But if we are not successful on a renewal, all those other things have to kick into gear.
So when you say kick into gear, if the board elects not to vote on it past between now and July 15th, does that mean that we have to roll back those resources that you planned on deploying in September? Or are they good for the full 25, 26
They're
school
good
year?
through the school year, but I think you have to start setting conditions and
Right,
making
afterwards.
decisions to adjust your budget, because if you wait till the next budget, you're in bigger trouble.
Agreed. Okay.
Sir.
Director Nicholson.
Just for clarity, like when we talk about reduced class size in high school already, I mean, I've heard rumblings already about 40 kids in a class and some of them, and some of the classes are getting maybe a little bit hard to manage as is. So are we in a good spot continuing with where we're at, or do we need to continue?
We're in I would not classify it as a good spot. We're on the edge there. Losing this would be pretty challenging for us. Obviously, we would have to reallocate resources. Doesn't mean that class size currently at high school would suffer, for lack of a better word, but somewhere else is going to have to, because the limiting factor in all financial matters in school districts is you have to take from one to fund the other, because there's not enough resourcing allocated from the state or any other source.
Director Anderson.
Okay, so I always love the Morris Leatherman data, but I am wondering if it's necessary in this situation, just because I'm thinking, can we possibly move this up for the district?
Yeah, I'd like to
administration?
persuade you that it is necessary, because one of the, typically surveys, it's always good to talk to your community, I think. And that's a method to talk to your community. While it's not everybody, it's a significant sampling to give you some good information. If nothing else, as you shape your planning and your messaging, you want to be focused on how you're doing that, as opposed to kind of random or all over the map. Because ultimately it's an election, and you want to make sure you're answering the questions and the concerns that your community tells you they have.
I do.
And surveying does that for you.
Yes, I mean, I appreciate in the past couple of years, it's been helpful for us making sure that when we're going out for levy, that it makes sense going out for levy for something that the community supports.
Yeah.
And I also recognize that the last 2 years, the community has told us per this survey that they would support levies that then failed in the ballot box, which we can never fully predict, and there are all sorts of things going on. But I'm just trying to be mindful of the timeline and money, but I appreciate your input, and yes.
Thank you.
Director Cameron.
Thank you. This is more of a common observation. So I was involved with Unite 194, which was the community group supporting the levies the last 2 go-arounds. I think something for the board to consider, not necessarily for tonight, but just as we move forward in this timeline, is that the last 2 levy/bonds that were on the ballot, there were 2 questions. One in each year that they were asked succeeded, the other failed. So we have a recent track record of when there's 2 questions on the ballot, half pass, half fail. I think that's something to note. I also think that going into this November, this board needs to be completely aligned with one another. I'm cognizant of feedback that we received. I think we have some issues to deal with, and having unanimous support, if we're going to go after these, is important. If we don't have that unanimous support, I have serious concerns about our ability to pass either of these renewals. I think the other thing that I'll say is, as we're looking at student performance, academic performance, we're often comparing ourselves to districts like the Wayzatas, the Edinas, Minnetonkas of the world, et cetera. And if you look over the last 20 years, we have passed 50% of our levies compared to their 100%. And I think that is telling in what we are able to offer our students, what academic supports we have, what courses we have, the rigor that we're able to provide. When you don't have the money, you can't do as much, and that's just how everything is in life. So that's something to consider.
Director Anderson.
I do want to add to that. I think if we can get our stuff together and at least abide by this timeline that you're recommending, we want to get this decision to people who have to communicate this out as early as possible. So Unite 194 group is an example, but also obviously the district communications, and just making sure that, I think the last couple of years, it's been hard with early voting starting in September, and then let's say communications don't start until August or September. That's not ideal for getting the community on board. So that's why I'm just kind of trying to push for as early as we can make this decision, the better for the planning.
I would highly support that.
Let's vote tonight.
That concludes my presentation. Pending any further questions, sir.
Got nothing. Thank you.
Thanks.
Moving on to the tech presentation. Ms. Brovold.
I'm back. Good evening, Chair Swanson, members of the school board, and Superintendent Bauman. My name is Tracy Brovold, and I'm the Director of Technology and Data Services. I have a new person here with me today. This is Patrick Ratliff, and he is our fabulous technology infrastructure and operations manager. Patrick has been with our district for over 26 years. He has literally built the foundation of the infrastructure we have from the ground up. And so I'm happy to have him as a colleague and a partner in all of this work that we've completed that we are excited to share with you today. We are very proud to be here today to provide an overview of educational technology in Lakeville area schools. We are so proud, in fact, we have about 40 slides. So we will try to go really quickly as we can. We've tried to anticipate some of the questions that you might have along the way. In today's world, technology is no longer just a tool. It is essential to the operation of every facet of our organization, from teaching and learning to administration, communication, support services. Technology permeates every aspect of our district. Today, we will be talking to you about how technology has evolved throughout the years in our district. We will talk about our 5-year plan that we started in 2020. We're going to highlight the accomplishments that we've made along the way. And we're going to discuss our next 5-year plan as we prepare our students for their future. I typed the 2030 educational technology plan on there, and I thought, 2030, doesn't that seem crazy? This is my great niece, Lubel. Isn't she cute? She's very cute. She was born on October 15th, and I had the opportunity to visit her in Houston just a few weeks ago. We had a great time together, but then I had to go home, and as I walked through the airport, I started to notice just how much the world has changed over the years. As we walk through security, people scan their faces instead of handing over passports or driver's licenses. I passed stores with no employees. You grabbed what you wanted and you checked yourself out. There was a robotic vacuum that was gliding down the terminal floor, and I almost ran into it, but it moved. I did not have to move, and there was no custodial staff that was supporting it. At the gate, there was a traveler who was talking in English, and his phone translated in Spanish to the person that he was talking to, all in real time. There was a little girl who was sitting there on her iPad, and she said, "Siri, how far is Minnesota?" And it told her. I ordered food from a restaurant with a QR code, and I never talked to a waiter or waitress. I got my food from a little robot that came up and delivered my food. I never talked to another person. And when I landed back in Minnesota, I drove home. Actually, my self-driving car drove me home. That was cool. And then that's when it hit me. Louie will never know a world without technology. She is never going to experience life without AI, social media, Amazon, and instant deliveries. She's never going to experience a world without smart devices, FaceTime, and self-driving cars. And I couldn't help but wonder, with the entire world open to her, what is she going to do? What path will she take? Who is she going to be in life? What job will she have 25 years from now? Is it a job that we haven't even thought of yet? And most importantly, I wondered if school was going to prepare her with the skills that she would need to be successful in her life and in her career, in a world that we can't truly predict right now. One thing is certain, technology will be embedded in her world, even more than it is embedded in ours. But what will truly make her successful? Critical thinking, collaboration, problem solving, the ability to learn and adapt, human connection. We know that she will need to be digitally literate. According to the World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs 2025 report, technological skills have advanced at an extraordinary pace. As we look at the fastest growing jobs for 2030, the demand for tech-savvy professionals in areas like machine learning, cybersecurity, and data science will only continue to grow. It's imperative that we embed skills into education that will help our students be prepared for their future. So, how do Lakeville area schools prepare our students for their future? It starts by equipping them with the tools and skills they need for success. At first glance, this might seem like it's all pretty straightforward. You walk into one of our classrooms. Do you notice the teacher there? That was who was here just a little bit ago. You walk into one of our classrooms, and this is what you see. You see a teacher using a computer. You see a projector shining on a whiteboard, and students fully engaged with their iPads. Seems simple, right? Here's the thing. It's not as easy as it looks. You might think all we need to do is hand out some devices, hang up a projector, Patrick turns on the Wi-Fi, and boom, it works seamlessly. Not quite. There's a lot going on behind the scenes to make all this happen, and that's what we'd like to talk to you about today, how far we've come in a short amount of time. I just want to clarify that anything that we say here in the next few slides is not about criticizing the efforts of anybody who came before me or criticizing our organization. Everyone did the best that they could with the resources and systems they had at the time. The technology department had a skeleton crew. When I walked in the door, they had 8 people at the district level and siloed support out in our buildings. But they didn't have the capacity to do this work. What you're going to see today is the result of countless hours of planning, coordination, and effort across multiple departments. But it is this groundwork that enables us to prepare our students not just for today, but for the jobs that they're going to have in the future. Prior to 2020, our district operated with a fragmented and siloed approach to technology. Different schools had varying levels of equipment. In some schools, a grade level might have had a one-to-one model, but they weren't standardized or supported in a real organized fashion. Next door to the teacher who had a one-to-one device initiative may not have had any devices to use at all, or they might have been using a shared cart. We had Chromebooks and iPads. Some had outdated operating systems. There was no process to put apps on the devices, which resulted in inconsistencies across those classrooms. Teachers used different devices to project, ranging from outdated projectors, smart boards, clever touch boards. There was no consistency. I walked into one school building when I started, and that top picture there shows a projector that is hanging from the ceiling with a extension cord. That was the standard in some of our classrooms. Some rooms still had the old overhead projectors, remember, with the transparencies that you write on? Some of our classrooms still had those. We had over 800 printers across the district. The lack of standardization also extended into some of our systems. For example, if you wanted an email account for a new employee, you had to track down one person. And that one person wouldn't ask any questions as to, does this person really work here? They would just ask, what's their name? Let me create an email account. Different credentials were used to log into different systems, and so we would often see Post-it notes on people's computers with their different credentials on here, easily accessible by anybody, right? So as a result, we had a decentralized system that lacked the scalability and efficiency that we needed to support our staff and students. Again, everyone did the best with the resources that they had at hand, but the process was far from streamlined. When I arrived in Lakeville in March of 2020, I knew that we had our work cut out for us, but I knew I had the right partner in crime to help me do that. In April of 2020, we launched an aggressive and robust 5-year educational technology plan. We wanted to address the gaps and bring our district into the future. This plan laid the groundwork for us to transition from that siloed, fragmented approach to a centralized and standard technology model. A mature organization today must have a structured and sustainable technology foundation, and that's exactly what we set out to build. Change is never easy, but it is necessary. And the progress that we made would not have been possible without the unwavering support of our administration, our superintendent, our school board, and as we talked about with the Levy, our community. And I cannot say enough about our team. They have tackled challenges head-on and reimagined what is actually possible. And they gave an unbelievable amount of effort in a very short period of time. In 2020, we set out with a bold and necessary vision that you see here. This statement to us wasn't just words on paper, it was a commitment to fundamentally change the way technology serves our students, staff, and community. Every decision that we've made in the past 5 years has been rooted in this vision. Over the past 4 years, our technology team has made significant strides in enhancing both the infrastructure and support systems that power our district. Here you will see the key initiatives that are part of that 2020 plan. We have accomplished every single initiative that is on this plan. There is one that we're still working on, but all of these we have accomplished. We have upgraded our infrastructure. We replaced outdated Wi-Fi networks, and we also have ensured that some of our buildings are upgraded to Cat 6 cabling. That's the one that we haven't quite finished yet. We're still working on that one. We have some work going on this summer and next summer. Additionally, we have modernized our communication system by upgrading our voice over IP phone system. We removed over 800 printers across the district, and we implemented a centralized copy print model, which comes complete with secure print, which enhances both security and efficiency. On the device and equipment management front, we have rolled out a district-wide one-to-one for staff and students, ensuring that every student and staff has access to the technology they need when they need it. We standardized the technology in all classrooms across the district. We've upgraded our computer labs across the district and created a standardized replacement cycle for long-term sustainability for all of our equipment. We also have implemented a enterprise-level purchasing across all technology. So everyone who purchases any type of tech needs to come through our office so that we can make sure that it is all aligned to our ecosystem to maximize compatibility and efficiency. In cybersecurity and data privacy, we've developed and enforced comprehensive cybersecurity standards and a response plan to protect against emerging threats. We've also ensured that all staff are equipped. Go ahead.
Director Baker.
Okay. All staff are equipped with the knowledge to handle security risks through our ongoing cybersecurity training. We also have implemented a vigorous process to vet and approve all apps and websites that we use for safety, technological compatibility, and alignment with teaching and learning goals. And finally, in the last box, we've focused on centralized IT support. We've hired a high-functioning, agile IT team, and we've implemented centralized help desk across the district so that any types of issues can be addressed quickly and efficiently.
So 2 questions here. So when I look at this, one of the things that that I've thought about a lot and just kind of worked personally within this district about is assistive technology and the support that we have within the district for that. Mm-hmm. A lot of people think that that's just special education, but students on 504 plans could access assistive technology as well. In the past, this person has been like a 0.5 within the district, which if you think about 0.5 for the entire district, with the amount of technology that we have increasing that accessibility for students right now, I just don't think it's enough to help students like figure out what technology is going to help them access the curriculum in our classrooms and be successful. Is there something within this plan that addresses that need?
So we still have that employee in the district, and then we have also added as part of our IT team somebody who actually is behind the scenes and helps work with that staff member to set up all of the instructional resources so that she doesn't have to do that. So we've worked to free up some of her time.
Okay,
to
so is
allow for that.
That was my second question, because when I was looking at your plan, for the technology support, like the people that you have in there. It said the general technology support specialist, that's 80% special ed and 20% gen ed. Is that the person you're referring to?
Yes, it's moved more to about 50/50.
Okay, all right. And then my second question, and I'm sorry if I'm jumping ahead a little bit here. During the budget cuts that we experienced as a district, one of the things that came up a lot was the media specialists and how they provided some in-building tech support, and then also like help students like access just the extreme amount of information that comes not just in book format within our media centers, but how to use technology to support their learning. Is that something that would be like increasing within the K through 8 level as part of your plan?
So it is not at this time. We are going to talk about this a little bit more as the slides go.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. With our 5-year technology plan, it provided a very strong roadmap for us, but the reality of implementing change at this scale meant that we encountered some unexpected but essential challenges. We have had a great tech team who are able to tackle those challenges for us. These initiatives that you'll see on this slide were not initially part of the original plan, but they did become mission critical for us to complete along the way. Automated access management, ensuring that our staff and our students have the right tools at the right time without delays or manual work. Safety and security, we partnered with facilities to make sure that we were integrating technology-driven security solutions, making sure that we have a safe environment for everyone. As far as cybersecurity, we manage every ticket, every phishing report, and every potential threat that comes into our district while we're protecting the district from any evolving cybersecurity threats. We have taken some steps to audit our data, implement a data warehouse, and create visualizations to analyze data. And our technology team expanded over the course of these last 5 years as we added on our information services team and digital learning transitioned under Diskit. We are going to go deeper in on most of these in our 40 slides.
Director Nicholson.
Can you just expand on what is included in the data warehouse and your data analytics capabilities? What do you
I have a
in
slide
terms
on
of that?
this, so is that okay to wait?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Over the past 5 years, we've made tremendous strides in building a high-functioning, agile IT team that is better aligned with the needs of our district, from our site IT staff to our district IT staff. As I said before, we operated with a skeleton crew of 8 people for district-wide support, and then technology support at the buildings was very siloed. But today we have a centralized IT model that provides robust support for both the district and at each of our sites. It's important to note that education technology is distinct from business technology. While both require strong technological expertise, education technology demands an understanding of how technology can be integrated into a classroom setting. Additionally, there's a focus on student data privacy and safety, and so that's another layer that we have to pay attention to. It is really about making technology accessible and intuitive for our teachers and students while supporting the broader goals of student achievement. It requires not just technical skills, but a deep commitment to serving in education. And I have to say that I'm incredibly grateful for our IT team to continue to choose us every day. It's often the case where they can go out to the private sector and earn more money, but they choose us every day, and I'm incredibly appreciative of that. Here you will see our organizational chart. Our team falls under teaching and learning, which is led by Dr. Emily McDonald. I will not go through each one of these staff members, but in the upper lighter blue color, I do want to specifically thank Patrick Ratliff and Jocelyn Main. They are our 2 leads in our department, and we would not be here without their hard work and dedication to everything we do. Not only do we have excellent support at the district level, but we also have outstanding support at each of our school sites. Our digital media specialists, and we have 2 here with us today, thank you for your support. Our media clerks and our techs play a vital role in ensuring that technology integration and library services run smoothly. When we started centralizing IT support, it did take us a few iterations to get this right. Previously, elementary tech support relied on digital learning specialists who handled both technology integration and basic break fix or troubleshooting device repairs. As our IT team grew, the number of devices and services we offered expanded. We recognized the need for dedicated tech support at our sites. So we hired level 1 technicians, and these people were really focused on just technology. We noticed that this created a critical gap in library support, as when the digital media specialist was out of the library, there was nobody there to help our students. And so this year, we have moved to a model with dedicated media clerks at each elementary site instead of level 1 techs. This has significantly improved our library operations and basic tech troubleshooting. Our new media clerks are outstanding. We are so appreciative of them in our buildings. As you may know, and Director Baker brought up, that we took a significant hit in the 23-24 budget cuts when our K-8 digital media specialist positions were cut to half-time. Now they each serve 2 buildings. Additionally, our digital learning coordinator position was cut during those budget cuts as well. You see a graphic here of a DMS who is juggling multiple priorities. Their jobs are hard. They're really hard, and they have 2 sites in which to do it. The depth of experience and expertise and instructional support that the DMSs brings to us is critical to ensuring that our students and staff have the resources that they need to fully engage with digital tools and learning opportunities. They are licensed teachers who also are experts in children's literature, media center curation, digital apps, devices, tech integration, all of those things that you see them balancing there. They help our teachers find technological efficiencies. They help coach our teachers to integrate digital tools within their instruction. Their commitment and expertise are invaluable to what we have, and we do continue to evaluate ways to better support their essential work across our district.
Director Nicholson.
Quick question. So I've had a chance to speak with 3 of your DMSs. They have a lot on their plate. I've kind of talked through quite a bit about their day. At this point, I got a bunch more questions for you, but I know it's coming up later when we get to the one-to-one stuff. Do you think 50% right now, do you think having them split sites is enough?
I honestly could say it's not optimal. It was a tough cut when we had to make that cut in.
I can answer that.
Yeah.
The answer is no.
Thank you.
The challenge, I know, I just want to make sure that everybody understands that Tracy's been very clear with me on what the challenge is. The ideal scenario, I did a lot of work with this in St. Paul, and obviously I have a great affinity to this because I invested a lot in trying to get us to where we were. And I'd like to see this particular problem resolved. The challenge, obviously, it's a financial challenge, right? I can tell you that Dr. Snyder, who was superintendent before I was, put a lot of effort into trying to set the condition to do this. But the 2015 capital levy created the condition to allow the hire of Tracy and the reorganization to get through all of this stuff, right? So and then you get budget cuts a year ago or whatever. A choice was made. When I was in St. Paul, we were able to get to 1 to 3 in our elementaries, and in our secondaries we were 1 to 1. Now they weren't DMS specialized because we couldn't get to that level because that is amazing to be able to do that. But I would love an opportunity to be able to restore that. The challenge becomes, financially and where it is in the priority. Because as I said before, the limiting factor in any school system is your funding resources and then prioritizing that against the other things that you have to do. And
Seeing as you brought it up, I'll just ask you real quick here. Does the levy that we do have potentially on the table, seeing as it is a 10-year levy, right? Will it restore back to that level then?
Well,
Will we
we'll
be able to go back to
we have to talk to
1-1?
that in terms of the other direction I'm getting here with the resolution and where that is in the priority. So, I mean, all these things have to be aligned.
Sure.
And juxtaposed, and then priorities established. So I can't answer your question directly right now. Would we like to be able to do it? Would we try to find a way to do it? We are always doing that.
Okay.
When we first implemented a ticketing system to support our centralized IT, it was a challenging transition. People were accustomed to talking directly to people or reaching out via email, phone calls. They wanted immediate attention, and everybody, they needed immediate attention. However, as we expanded and we had equipment and support needs, it became clear that we needed a centralized system to help track responses, monitor issues, and document any types of device repairs. Initially, the phrase, "put in a ticket," was an inside joke with our group. But we still say it today, right? Our team definitely struggled with the change. Asking someone to submit a ticket felt very impersonal. And it took time for them to build the habit to redirect people from a phone call to a ticket. Now, if there's an immediate issue, we don't stand in front of you and say, put in a ticket. We want to help you right then and there. But you can see from that first year, we have grown significantly. You can see the number of tickets, total tickets has increased. We are helping staff and we are helping families as well. This year, we have over 13,000 tickets, and we're not even done with the school year yet. So when we started, we had just 8 Disket team members in Incident IQ, which is our help desk system. And now we've expanded to 63 different agents across different departments. Facilities also added on Incident IQ for facilities. And so now we're a true one-stop shop where people go to ask for any organizational support. Along with putting in a ticket, everybody, once a ticket is closed, you are asked your satisfaction with how we did. And we are happy to announce that we have rated 4.8 stars for each of the 2 questions that we ask our staff. There is an open-ended question that we also ask. And the biggest feedback we get is the time it takes us to finish a ticket. And of course, everybody feels like their issue is the most urgent and we should prioritize that. But when you're working on 15,000 tickets in a year, you have to be able to juggle that and prioritize. So we always do try to be speedy quick with our tickets. So Patrick's finally going to get a chance to talk.
All right, so I want to take a few minutes and talk about our high-quality infrastructure that we built throughout the district. Oh, yeah, sorry. So in 2004, we were able to pass a levy that allowed us to build a fiber optic network district-wide. This was a very exciting moment. It meant better interconnectivity for our wide area network, more resiliency, more uptime, and it also meant that I didn't have to load my backpack with cans of de-icer to climb onto a roof in the middle of a snowstorm in order to make sure that we had connectivity from our wireless connections. We upgraded our network with the 2018 bond that we passed. We were able to upgrade all of our Wi-Fi access points district-wide, around 900 access points. We have those in all classrooms as well as most office areas, gyms. We were able to standardize all of our network switching across the board. So we had anywhere from 8 to 10 different models of network switches. These are the devices that laptops, printers, phones all plug into. All of our APs. We were able to knock that down to about 4 different models district-wide, which meant that we have an additional resiliency. We were able to do a sparing strategy and save the district money. Currently, our Wi-Fi system is Wi-Fi 5 capable. Wi-Fi 5, 6, 7, these are all standards in the network industry. So our system is Wi-Fi 5 capable. We are testing Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 7 in our office. Right now, the hardware that we have on the wireless access side does not support those standards. And we have a limited number of clients, iPads, laptops, that support those standards. We do know that in the next revision of those client devices getting updated, they will support those standards, so that's why we've started testing now. Across our Wi-Fi network, we offer multiple networks. One of those in particular is the 194 Secure Network. This is the network that all district devices are attached to, and we use a certificate-based model for security. So what that means is that we install an individual certificate unique to every single device that the district operates. It adds to our robust security model. We also provide a guest network. We have 2 modes for that guest network. Mode number 1 is from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. That mode, a guest that comes in has to register via a portal. They get authorization credentials via email, and they're able to sign into the network. After 4 p.m., we make a change to that, and it automatically switches over. It allows for parents and other folks coming into the district, whether it be for academics, whether it be for a concert or an academic event, to hop into the network, accept our acceptable use policy, and just sign into the network and continue doing what they're doing. In 2004, we were able to replace our aging copper analog phone system. We moved to a voice over IP system, voice on the network. That helped us reduce some phone costs. It also helped us consolidate our different systems. Now, we were able to replace that a couple of years ago. We're now on the 3rd generation of this. One of the decisions we made when we moved to this 3rd generation is we were able to collapse a lot of our controllers that we had site-based down to our 2 operational network systems inside of Lakeville North and Lakeville South. We also made the conscious decision to separate our voice over IP connection from our regular internet connection. And the decision that was made was so that should we ever lose our internet capability, we would have 2 redundant paths for phones in case of an emergency.
Director Baker.
Just a question. Have you considered updating this system to Google Voice? Because I know a lot of teachers use that anyway, as they have a second line where they have Google Voice. Is that something that the district is considering?
We do have phones in every classroom in most offices. All right, on our server and SAN, storage area network side, we have a virtualized server environment. And if you're not familiar with what a virtualized server environment is, we have 5 systems, 5 physical servers. And those 5 physical servers run something called a hypervisor. That hypervisor then can run separate physical or separate virtual servers. So what we can take with those five physical boxes running this hypervisor is actually have 50 or more servers running on this. It's helped reduce our cooling needs in our data center and our energy needs in our data center. On that, we have moved from over 200 physical servers throughout the district to 30 physical servers, and every year we see that number go down as we add more and more pieces to our virtual environment. These physical servers are things like security camera servers, HVAC components, pieces like that. We have a storage area network, and I've seen our storage needs reduce through the past probably 10 years. When we first built this out, we actually had a rather large footprint in data. But since we move more and more things to the cloud, such as Infinite Campus, moving to the Infinite Campus Cloud, or Google Apps for Education, we have seen that a lot of that data has transitioned to the cloud. And so our actual needs within our own data centers has decreased drastically. That also means that our backup of the equipment on site is faster because we don't have as much data need. And we have a rotating backup method. We also have multiple secured appliances that sit off network that only a few machines in the district can get to in order to make sure those backups remain safe.
Okay, as I said, we standardized our mobile classrooms across the district. We wanted to ensure that our teachers and students had equitable access to instructional tools, no matter what classroom they are in. Every classroom is equipped with a projector that displays onto the whiteboard, which provides a flexible space for interactive lessons. Teachers can seamlessly connect their computer or iPad to the projector through the Apple TV. Students can also connect their iPads to the projector to share their work. It fosters collaboration and interactive learning. Teachers use Apple Classroom to monitor student screens in real time, to push content directly to student devices, and to sometimes lock students into specific apps to help them maintain focus on what they're supposed to be working on. In our newly constructed elementary classrooms, we also have something called audio enhancement, and that is for accessibility and engagement. The teacher wears a microphone to ensure that the students hear clearly no matter where they are sitting in the classroom. This is very important, especially in the younger years when students are learning how to pronounce words and develop sounds. No matter where they're sitting in the classroom, they can hear the teacher clearly. This also is support for students who are hard of hearing. It allows for direct plug-in capabilities directly into the system.
Just one question. When I think about a classroom, I'm thinking about just the typical classrooms within our building, but our alternative learning spaces, like for instance in a special ed classroom or other service providers such as speech pathologists, would they have access to this type of equipment as well?
So we do. It depends on what size the classroom is. If it's a little bit smaller and we can't put a projector in there because it's too small, then we'll put TVs. In some spaces where we want our students to be able to interact with the screen, we will put an interactive option there as well. So we try to talk to the teachers to find out what they need in those specialized classrooms.
Director Anderson.
What about our early childhood center? Is that, I know it says on there only newly constructed elementary classrooms. I'm just thinking about language development early on. Is there?
Yeah, we do not have audio enhancement in those. We've only been able to put it in new construction areas.
So it couldn't be added to an old building?
It could be added, but we would need the funding to be able to do that. Automated access management was one of the biggest unexpected implementations from my perspective. This has been a game changer for efficiency and security. Automated access management automates user access for staff and students to ensure that they get immediate and accurate permissions to the various systems that we have across the district. This is part of our single sign-on portal. You know, you have to go to OmniID before you can sign into your email. So before 2022, you could see that in this case, I'm showing 4 different systems that we put staff information into, so staff data. These 4 systems were run by 4 different people in different departments. You will see that we have eFinance Plus, run by HR in the business office, the Student Information System, Infinite Campus, run by the Student Information team, and then Active Directory and Google Admin. They were run by different people. Staff information that we put in here came via a spreadsheet. And so these 4 people had access to this spreadsheet from HR. And so when a new staff member came, they put their name and information about them in a spreadsheet. These 4 people had to look at that spreadsheet and manually then create accounts for people. As you can imagine, there were some mistakes that happened. And since these systems didn't talk to each other and the people didn't really talk to each other, we had a lot of mistakes with our data. And before we could move forward with implementation of automated access management, we had to audit and clean up these systems. And this took us 9 months to clean up the data that was in these systems. We had data that was from 10, 15 years ago. Maureen Kerrigan is the staff member who led this project, and she is just amazing. We actually hired her to do the centralized help desk, and she had that set up in a couple months, and she said, "What's next?" I said, "Okay, well, let's put OmniID into place." So we had this woman one time, Maureen shut down the accounts in 2022. She asked me, is it okay if we shut them down? And I said, yep, go ahead, shut down. We'll get phone calls if people are using their accounts. We got a call from a woman who said, I am using this account for banking and my credit cards and to communicate with my family and all of these things. And we said, your name doesn't look familiar. Where are you from? And she said, well, I'm a former student. And we said, from when? And she said, from 2014, she graduated. So you can see that we had data in our systems and accounts open from previous people that we never shut down. So that's why it took us 9 months to really clean this up. Here's where we are now. You can see that data is being pushed from eFinance Plus into Infinite Campus. Infinite Campus is the source of truth for all of our data. From Infinite Campus, you can see that data is being pushed to our major systems like OmniID, Incident IQ, Google Active Directory, which sets up security badges for people. And then on the right-hand side, you can see that Infinite Campus also pushes to our online resources. Those are the resources for students and staff to be able to get into. It's their textbooks and the different pieces that they need for instruction. We no longer see the Post-it notes sitting here because people have one set of credentials to be able to log into our systems. So, somebody have a question? No? Okay. So while we are talking about data, I would like to move on to talk about data analytics to help you learn a little bit more about where we were and our process moving forward. According to the Minnesota Department of Education and the Minnesota MTSS Data Guidebook, they recommend 3 key integrated data systems to support effective educational decision-making. On the right-hand side, you can see that our district utilizes 3 key data systems to support this process. We use a student information system, which is Infinite Campus. This system serves as our foundation for managing student records, which includes attendance, behavior, grades, enrollment. It ensures that all of our student-related information is centralized and accessible for educators and administrators. Our data warehouse is EduClimber. EduClimber integrates data that flows from Infinite Campus and allows us to track students' performance across multiple areas such as academics, behavior, intervention, effectiveness. This system is a centralized repository of information, and it's used to help educators make informed decisions at the classroom level. The third tool that we have is a data visualization tool, and this is Tableau. Tableau takes raw data and turns it into interactive, easy-to-interpret dashboards. Now, Tableau doesn't do that by itself. There has to be a person that programs it and tells it how to take that data and transform it into visualizing the trends. So you might be asking, what's the difference between EduClimber and Tableau, and why does the Department of Education recommend that you have both? EduClimber primarily focuses on individual student data and classroom-level progress rather than the big picture of district analytics. EduClimber is not designed for custom dashboards. So if we want to integrate data from our HR program or from eFinance to look at finance data, EduClimber does not do this. Tableau was implemented so that we can visualize the big picture across the district and eventually move to integrate other sources of data like financial and staffing and operational data to be able to visualize that. So we do have 3 robust systems, but it is important to note that just because you have the systems, it doesn't automatically generate visualizations. So the information on the left-hand side of the screen is what I'd like you to take a look at next. We had to come up with a process to make sure that we have clean data in these systems, which is the most important part of data visualizations. So you go back to what I just talked about with us taking 9 months to clean up our staff data. We have to make sure that we have clean data before we move forward and we developed visualizations. In 2022, when I took over the information systems team, we reviewed our data analytics needs and what software we had. We didn't have Tableau at the time, but we had already started to use EduClimber. Teachers were using it at the classroom level, but we recognized that it didn't allow us to see what we really wanted to see. And so as we move forward implementing Tableau, though, we recognized that we needed to follow a process to make sure that we had clean data in the system. Garbage in, garbage out, right? We need to make sure that what we have going in is clean. So we put this system or this process together. So step one was determining our systems. Step two is auditing our data to see what it is we need. Step three is identifying any data input issues. So how are people inputting that data across the district? Is it standardized across the district? Step four is to develop consistent data entry processes if we didn't already have those in place. Once we have the data cleaned up, we could then determine what our key questions are. What's the question that we want data to answer? And then number 6 was creating and validating those visualizations. So I would like to take you through an example of this. And in the past, our sites operated in a little bit of a silo as far as data was concerned. And that's led to discrepancies in if and how data was put into Infinite Campus. And it was difficult to get a clear district-wide picture. We have a reporting tool that we have to use, and it's called DIRS. It's the Discipline Incident Reporting System for the state of Minnesota. It's a system where schools annually have to submit data on student disciplinary incidents, including suspensions and other disciplinary actions. So when I took over the team, I thought, well, this is going to be easy. We are going to take the data and we'll push it from campus into the DIRS system. They allow you to do that. We'll push it, and then our administrators will just validate that data. Once it's in DIRS, they can log into DIRS. They validate what we have in Infinite Campus, make sure it's accurate, and tell us, okay, we approve everything, push it forward. It wasn't that easy. As we were trying to get the DIRS data accurate, we learned that only some of our schools were putting behavior data into campus. Some were using other systems to keep track of their behavior data. Those that were putting data into Infinite Campus had site-specific behavior codes that didn't align with the behavior codes that were in DIRS. They also have to put in, the schools have to add consequences, and those have particular codes, and those didn't align. So what we did was we started there. We started talking to our staff. We met with our student support team and our administrators. We had the staff understand why, because the why behind doing something is so important. So we wanted them to understand why we needed accurate data, and we needed everybody to put it into Infinite Campus. Once we determined the why, then we created standardized behavior codes and consequence codes that aligned with the DIRS system. Then we had to create a process to input that data and determine who was responsible for inputting that data. And then we had to provide training to the people who were inputting that data to make sure everybody did it consistently. Then we were able to audit the data at the end of the year, make sure it was accurate, push the data to the DIRS system, and then upload the data. And then we were able to create a visualization that shows us behavior across the district. It wasn't as easy as just pushing a button and creating a visualization. There's a lot of work that goes into creating those visualizations. And so that's how our team is moving forward in creating those. Now, we do have a challenge. The challenge is limited resources to create our visualizations. One is around time, making sure that we have the time to go thoughtfully through this process that I've just shared with you. And the second is having a person who is dedicated to creating those visualizations. And Douglas Ninau is actually our person who is responsible for creating visualizations. And you've seen him in different capacities here. That wasn't about creating visualizations. He does other work for us too. And so somebody having a time commitment to build those visualizations is a big deal.
Director Thompson.
I appreciate the overview. This is super helpful for me just to learn more about our data analytics. And I 100% agree with you that I think the education technology, and I wrote this down because I think you made a fantastic comment, is how the tech can be integrated in the classroom. And so I don't think that I'm looking for as much information on the education technology, because I think with iPads and what you guys are doing, sounds to be that we're on the right track. Where I think I get the hang up is more of the business technology, which is more of how the tech can support how the organization operates. And it sounds to me like we're heading in that direction. In regards to the Infinite Campus, I think I've got a couple questions, because I think if it's supposed to be your cloud / your input source of truth of data, and that feeds into EduClimber, which gives educators the individual level to help with their lesson plans or how they move forward. Does FastBridge data go into Infinite Campus as well? Okay, and then
It does.
and so all the data, but financial components, do they go into Infinite Campus? I mean, is Infinite Campus your core hub for staffing, finances, behavioral, academic grades, and everything? Is that my understanding?
So financial data and HR data is not currently in Infinite Campus.
Okay.
We do have a data warehouse in Infinite Campus where we would be able to upload that information, and then we can create visualizations through Tableau by using that warehouse.
Got it. So Tableau is hooked into Infinite Campus.
It is.
And then you can pull all the data out.
That's correct.
Got
Yes.
it. And so, but we currently don't have financial and HR in Infinite Campus. But
No,
at the moment, it's just all academics related.
Correct.
Got
That
it.
is on our timeline. Those are visualizations that we would like to begin to pull. We've started with the academic visualizations
Got it.
and looking at our enrollment and those sorts of things.
And so I think about 3-4 weeks ago, we had an academic report out, and I felt that I heard, or I believe I heard that a lot of it was manual intervention and nothing was connected. But what I'm hearing now is that everything is in Infinite Campus, everything is already there. We just have to have a resource to extract the data and create the proper visualization at the district level, at the site level, at the classroom level, so that we can see academics either move in a favorable or unfavorable direction. Is that an accurate statement?
That's correct. So some of those visualizations have been a manual process because we weren't there yet in Tableau to be able to see those. And so we have a wonderful employee, Cheryl, who does a great job creating those visualizations for us. But she's working with Douglas to create those in Tableau, just redo what she's doing, following her process. And part of our process too is making sure that that data is clean as we're creating those visualizations.
That makes sense. So then if all the data is in Infinite Campus, as it shoots into EduClimber, we don't really need EduClimber, really, if the data is already in Infinite Campus. Is that true?
So we do, because EduClimber.
Let me rephrase that. We don't need the reports we don't need the data out of EduClimber because it's already in Infinite Campus. I'm sure the tools is necessary for the class, for the teachers.
To be able to make sense of the data.
Correct.
Infinite Campus houses the data, but we need a tool to be able to make sense of it. So EduClimber is a tool that allows the teachers to see the data in a way that is meaningful for them to make instructional decisions.
Okay.
Director Baker.
So just to clarify, like EduClimber is not just like a database that houses all this data. It also does a lot of different things. So we can pull up EduClimber when we're having a meeting about a particular student, and we take notes on that meeting. It houses like all of our information about interventions, how those interventions have went.
Does that feed back up into Infinite Campus?
It does not. We would have to manually add it, but
Like you wouldn't really need it to, because
You wouldn't need it,
it's a
right.
different type of system. Like it doesn't, it's not just something that brings up numbers. It's a different type of system and how we look at data. And you also have to realize that like when you put something in Infinite Campus, you also have to control who has access to that, because you don't just want someone who's like a high school teacher pulling up elementary records and looking at students that they're not even serving anymore. Like you have to be mindful of the FERPA mandates that we have around those types of things too. So I just want to be mindful that EduClimber does have charts and graphs and things that we pull up all the time when we're having those discussions about students. It's just a different type of system than Infinite Campus. And if you get rid of that, then we can't have those robust discussions about student progress.
Director Nicholson.
We're not talking about getting rid of anything, are we?
No?
Okay, so, well, I never heard we said we're getting rid of any of these things. So, from what you guys said before about the dashboard that we had and the dashboard that we finally looked at, I was, let's just say, underwhelmed. All of those were static charts. None of them were clickable. I couldn't drill into anything. I couldn't drill into any grade level and see how the dispersion of information was or anything like that. So when you say dashboard, and I think of Tableau and its capabilities, I've been on Tableau a number of times. I've scoured their website. I've used it on separate client sites and stuff like that. So I mean, I know its capabilities. I'm sort of, I keep tripping up on this point here though. Like we have it, all of the data now is pretty much in Infinite Campus. EduClimber seems like the link for the teachers and the educators, so they can see it in a different way and get their visualization in a different way, if you will. Why was the dashboard static? Like I'm still stuck at that. Like the dashboard that we were able to access, I couldn't drill into anything. It was just basically it was the pictures of the slides that we already went through the 2 weeks before.
Right. So what we're working with on Tableau, they do have a public dashboard that we can allow people to drill down, just like you're talking about. What we have to watch out for is what Director Baker was saying, is making sure how far people can click down. What level do school board members need to click down, to the classroom level, to the school level, to
If we're
the
managing all that
individuals.
stuff, I would think that would be a logical thing that we need to know, like how the schools are performing. Is one school doing better than the other? Where can we leverage best practice? How do we go about doing that kind of stuff? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, how do we even direct? And everybody keeps pointing at policy governance. You have to stay in your lane type of thing. But it's like we can't direct and say, hey, we're obviously doing really well over here, not so well over here. How can we leverage that? What can we do to give you the resources to do it? We don't have, like, you guys don't give us that data to actually see it. So I'm struggling on that front. Maybe I'm missing something, but I would love to know how we can do better on that.
Director Cameron.
A couple of things. One is, and I know you don't have to address this, but my understanding of reading this resolution is that it would be scrapping this and starting over with a new system. It's a whole new bid process. And maybe I'm misunderstanding. So it seems like we already have a data analytics system, and that's what the resolution is proposing, is that we buy a data analytics system. So I talked to an administrator today, and I said, as far as I understand it, what's in this resolution is that at the school level, we're able to quickly identify through real time students who are underperforming in whatever topic area, and intervention is quickly implemented. And he said, yeah, absolutely. I'm like, okay, that's been my experience learning from colleagues and friends in the district. And I said, well, there's a resolution to develop that. And he said, to develop what? I said, that. And so I think there's I think we don't know enough to make a resolution at this moment. I hear what you're saying. I hear what Director Nicholson is saying. I think the board, not a couple people, and I'm just mentioning this, needs to have a conversation about what are the metrics that we want to learn about and know about. I mean, there are thousands probably of data points that we could assess, but that isn't necessarily the purview of what we should do. I think we need to focus on what are priority areas that our district administration, the superintendent, is bringing to us, saying we can't do better here because of this limited resource or this limited opportunity. We have not had that discussion. And so I appreciate learning this. I think on a day-to-day basis, I am seeing intervention. The resolution mentions, intervention needs. This is happening already. And so what do we want to accomplish in addition to this that will help make good decisions. And I don't think every data point needs to be drilled down for every community member. That's not how schools have limited resources. Let's focus on what has the best outcomes for kids, not let's focus there rather than creating tons of visualizations and dashboards that probably no one will really use.
I do want to address your comments, just because the same thing that Director Nicholson mentioned. I mean, we asked for assessment data. We said, hey, look, we want to set goals for the district and student improvement. We were told the MCAs aren't really reliable when we're looking at student achievement. So we're like, okay, can we get down to the classroom data, right? And we kept being told, well, just wait, you'll see the data dashboard. You'll see the data dashboard. We got access to the data dashboard, and it was literally 2 PDF slide decks with no ability to dig deeper on that. And it's been a conversation that's been had with the superintendent and assistant superintendent, that our goal is to be able to assess the performance of the district, and that's largely going to be based on student achievement. And if we want to look at, what is the most reliable indicator of achievement or improvement, and this was a conversation we had with Ms. Georgie and Elida Kane, really it's how are they doing on the information we're teaching them, right? How are they doing on the curriculum we're teaching them, so we can assess that curriculum, and then if the curriculum that we're teaching them, if they're doing well on that, but then are not performing well on the state standardized tests, then maybe it's a curriculum issue in alignment with the state standardized tests. So again, but I don't think we have access to that data, or we haven't been provided any access to that data. But to your point, if we already have those tools, then the resolution is accomplished. I guess it was, from all my questions and what we've been provided so far, it just didn't seem like we had those tools and that the data was being tracked. I mean, for instance, another thing, we were talking about absenteeism, I think was in your last presentation. We asked, well, how does that connect to the performance of the students? I mean, is there an indicator of, hey, if you're absent this many days or more in a term, your grade, it reflects poorly. And so it didn't seem like that information was available. And again, those would be points where we can evaluate how are we allocating our resources, what interventions are working versus are not working, and then better assess how we're spending our money in the district. So I guess that goes back to the question, is this system, the system that we have, capable of doing that, or are we just not at the point that we have the ability to produce those reports and make those assessments?
It is capable.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't think that's the question.
That's my question.
That's your question, but I don't know if that's the question we should have as a board, because honestly, let's play this out here. What are you going to do with that information? If, for example, you found out that school A was performing better than school B, what are you going to do as a board member about that? I would want the administrators to address that. I would want my superintendent to have conversations with the building administrators, because that's not our purview, right? That is not our purview. We can talk about our curriculum all day long, but how it's implemented at the board level, that's why we hired him. And we have 2 jobs as board members, 2 main jobs. The number 1 is district policy. We set the policy, the administration implements it. Number 2, our second purview, is the management of the superintendent. We hire the superintendent, we evaluate the superintendent, we set goals with the superintendent. That's the board's main purview. So I'm looking at it going, I understand why you want to know more about that, but what are you going to do with that information? It would still go back to administration to have the discussion, to talk with the team about, what are some things that you're doing about coaching teachers? What are some things that we're doing within the classroom to support our teachers and making sure that our curriculum is implemented correctly? And as far as our data systems, I don't want everybody to have access to that information. And if we have it down to the classroom level, and I know what students are in that classroom, I don't want people knowing if my kid's performing better than another kid or not. The classroom teacher, I want them to have that information. And I also want my superintendent to be the one to implement that plan.
So just so we're clear, 123B.09 says that our duties as a school board is to superintend and manage the schools. I agree. Well, I'm telling you what the statute says. So I agree that we have a superintendent, right? But and this is the point, we want the superintendent and the school administrators to have that information so they can do that, right? But how do we assess the performance of the superintendent, which is our job, if we don't have that data, right?
Set goals for him?
And again, I've said this, how do you set goals if you don't have the data?
We have the data. We have the data that we need at the level that we need it. He has a different level of data because he needs that data to be able to make decisions about management and making sure that our people are evaluated correctly. As a board member, I should not be evaluating educators at all, nor what's going on in the classroom. And I also want to say, like, I'm sorry if I'm a little frustrated, because as an educator, I get so frustrated with people trying to make decisions about education that don't know anything about education. That's what my advocacy is all about. And I'm not, there's no slam against here. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or rude, but I also want to say, are you listening to understand how our educational systems work, or are you just listening to respond to me?
Can we just let, I want to be mindful of how long they've already been standing up here and not having board conversation make them stand up longer. We'll discuss
We will have
this
some
later, so
discussion
can
on it
we
later.
let them
We'll
back
let you finish
to
up.
their presentation?
Okay, I'm going to let Patrick talk again.
All right, so I'm going to discuss our cybersecurity journey so far. I am going to put a disclaimer out there. I'm not going to talk about any of the vendors we use, any of the tools or tactics that we use. I'm more than willing to have an offline conversation about that, or if it needs to be a closed session. All right. So managed detection and response. So MDR. An MDR system is a third-party vendor that we push data points to. In this case, we push thousands, millions of data points from firewalls, from endpoints, from servers, from all kinds of different sensors within our network that they analyze. This has been fantastic for us because before we had to do all that work, and we did best case. But at 2 a.m., nobody's looking at that data. Now we have a system that monitors that data 24/7. If there is a high priority situation, they will start a call down our call tree, and they will get a hold of us, and we will wake anybody that we need to wake depending on what the situation is. We also have an endpoint detection system. So EDR is a client or an agent that is deployed to endpoints, iOS devices, iPads, laptops, any other type of device that we have within the network. It monitors those devices for malware, for anything that changes, for things that it can alert us to. Now those alerts not only go to us, they also go to our MDR system, so we're getting double alerted in case somebody didn't see it come in. This forms the foundation and the base of our cybersecurity journey. We have other aspects to this, but one thing we knew is we needed a strong foundation with this system. And now we start by going in and drilling down into some of the various areas, and we're tightening the screws all the time. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, and our job is to push that when back as far as we can. It's to make our systems as secure as possible so that we don't look like the opportunity. Somebody else can be the opportunity. Now, we also use a different system, a different vendor, different from these two MDR and EDR systems, to do pen testing and social engineering attacks on our district. Now, a pen test is a penetration test. They are actually trying to hack our systems from the outside. They're looking for holes. If they find anything, they notify us immediately. To date, with these tests that we've had done, we've been very solid. It's been really good, right? They also perform social engineering attacks. If you're not familiar with social engineering attack, it can be anywhere from phishing email, smishing, vishing, so those are voice calls or SMS text messages. They can also be phone calls, and what it is an outside entity trying to get data from an end user or trick them into giving up that data. You may see that the state of Minnesota seems to be under a significant SMS attack in a lot of situations. You might see the please pay your toll text coming to your phone. That's very common right now. And yeah, my own son called me and says, "Dad, do I need to pay this?" I'm like, "Please don't." We also have incident response and continuity of operations.
Sure. Patrick always scares me when he says it's not if, it's when. That's really scary because we know that these incidents happen in school systems. They are targeting schools now. We know that Minneapolis public schools and Rochester public schools have had these types of instances. And so I am very thankful that Patrick and his team have proactive measures in place. They're very proactive, but we also know that if an incident should hit us, we need to have a response plan in place. And so we do have an incident response plan with our team. We have also this year started to do tabletop exercises so that we actually put our people in a situation that they could be in at any given time. And so we practice that as a team. Also this year, we have added continuity of operations planning with each of our departments. And so we are going to our departments and we're asking questions like, Bill, what happens if the business system gets hacked and you can't pay people? What are you going to do? He doesn't know what he's going to do in that case. I told him bring a checkbook and start writing checks. So we are working with across the district with our different departments to figure out how they would respond if we were in the worst case scenario and we had no internet, no systems. How do we go back to pen and paper?
We've also implemented end user training. So in any system, end users are one of the weakest points, and we know that getting information, timely information to them on how attacks occur, what the attack could look like, and just having them go through various scenarios help improve our security every day. We've got a slide on that in I think 2 slides. So just some interesting metrics. So any day on the network, we've got between 14 to 20,000 devices. These are iPads, these are printers, phones, you name it. So these are things that we're continually monitoring on the inside. On the outside, we're getting attacked at a rate of thousands per hour. We monitor our firewall metrics, we monitor other systems, and we can just see it's continual. And we've seen a continual uptick in attacks coming towards schools. Over the past 2 years, we are one of the last great bastions that they're turning their eyes toward. Fortune 500 is much harder to attack now. Now they're looking at K-12. We're a wealth of data. So we patch our systems, apply security patches and software patches weekly, if not daily. It used to be that we could test these patches, we could have a window, we would roll these out and be non-disruptive. At the rate that patches are coming at us, we have to deploy some of those now, as soon as they come out. And our staff members are learning that sometimes this can be disruptive, but we can't risk our endpoint security. So we try to keep that in mind, but it is a learning experience for all involved. Our EDR and MDR systems give us about 36 new risks weekly that we have to deal with, our team deals with. We have seen our endpoint vulnerabilities. Now, these metrics are from about 2 years ago. When we started pulling these metrics, we had about 700,000 vulnerabilities district-wide on endpoints. Now, when I pulled this information, we were down to 224,000. Today, we broached under 200,000 for the first time. Now, what you will know with these metrics is that a new vulnerability comes out, it'll rise by 80,000. The next day, we apply the patch, and it goes down by 80,000. So it's a continual fight daily. Our MDR stats, this is just one 24-hour period, but it looks like this every day. Our MDR vendor takes in 80 million data points in a 24-hour period. Of those, 1.8 million are analyzed with AI and different analytics. They narrow that down and they issue alerts and deploy those to their teams, which then deploy them to ours. We typically end up with about 8 alerts per day that we have to do something with. We have to say, okay, this is a risk we can live with, or this is a risk we need to deploy a patch for. Our teams are always monitoring websites, education material. We utilize the federal government and CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. We follow best practices, and we're always updating, getting updates from our security vendors.
As Patrick said, our end users are oftentimes our biggest concern. And so we have implemented a managed awareness training that you all should be seeing sessions coming across your email. You'll see that we have a strong culture. We would like to move that to an excellent culture. That would mean we'd be in the green. But we have a culture score of 77. I'd like to show you on the left-hand side of the screen our sessions. We have about a 53% completion on sessions. That's the videos. They're about 3-minute videos that come to you that you watch. It's really quick. You click finish, and it adds to these stats. Right now, it's highly recommended that staff complete these. We would like to move to a place where they are required for people to complete. I will have you note that we can download, you see, a list of incomplete users, and we know who's doing their sessions and who's not. The other one I'd like to call your attention to is the phishing simulation. There was just a phishing simulation or a fake email that was trying to draw people in to click on it that just went out the other day. Our score on here is 10% of users are clicking on that. That is an average. The last time we sent one out, we had 17% of people clicking on it. This time we only had 3. So people are learning. And I think
board members?
Don't click that easy pass text message.
I think what's great about this is that when people are looking at the sessions, they're not only learning for their professional life, but they're also learning for their home life and their personal life as what phishing scams are and how they can draw you in. Okay, so I started my job on March 9th of 2020. I was very excited by the chance to shape the district's direction and drive integration of technology to empower our organization. We did not have a one-to-one device initiative, and in fact, that's one of the tasks that I was hired for. I was hired to plan and implement a thoughtful one-to-one device initiative. I thought that I had at least a year to plan the rollout, get buy-in from administration, provide professional development to our staff, get families and the community excited about the possibilities of every student having a personalized experience with their technology. And I thought maybe we had 3 years before we had full implementation. And so we're going to take you back to a time that I think most of us have blocked out of our mind, but the COVID-19 pandemic. So I am going to say again that I started my job here in Lakeville on March 9th of 2020. On March 13th, everything changed. We learned that Minnesota schools were going to shut down on March 18th for 2 weeks, they thought at first, right? We knew we had to act fast. I was looking for a new job. No, I wasn't. Our team of 8, we collected, cleaned, updated, and reconfigured every viable device we can find. We added a take-home filter because we wanted our students to be safe when they had the devices at home. We purchased and distributed hotspots for students who lacked internet access. We knew we didn't have enough devices across the system for every student, so we relied on students using personal devices in some cases. You might remember we had families lining up in their cars to pick up the devices that we were distributing in Ziploc bags for them, all in our protective gear. When schools shut down, our teachers had to navigate an entirely new way of teaching remotely. They weren't just focused on instruction, though. The problem we had is that they were troubleshooting technology. They were troubleshooting different platforms, device types, and operating systems all at the same time. Some teachers, honestly, they didn't even know their Schoology or Seesaw login because that wasn't part of their day, their typical day. They didn't have access to devices in school. After being in remote learning for a month, we realized that it didn't work for our students to use these types of devices, their own device or the mixture of devices we had at the district level. We saw that teachers were too busy trying to troubleshoot tech than focus on what they're best at, instruction. So we knew we had to make a shift. In the summer of 2020, June 23rd, with school board approval, we moved forward with a one-to-one iPad initiative for for all of our students. This decision set us on a new path. It allowed us to be able to align the tools students needed to succeed. And we would begin the initiative at the start of the school year. We didn't have 3 years like I thought we'd have. We didn't even have 3 months. We were starting pretty quickly. Starting the 2021 school year, we started in a hybrid model. We faced the challenge of providing our teachers training with these new devices in an already chaotic time. There simply wasn't enough time to sit down and offer the training that we needed. But our digital media specialist team stepped up in a huge way. They worked tirelessly. They were creating videos and supporting staff remotely the best they could. They helped the teachers to learn how to leverage those devices in their instruction. Despite the hurdles we had, the team helped ensure that everyone was able to integrate technology to the best of their ability. That year, we moved in and out of hybrid and distance learning and then to in-person learning later on in March and April. Again, our teachers did the best they could to deliver instruction in these different modes. In 21-22 school year, we were back to full in-person learning. We faced ongoing challenges, though. If you'll recall, when people were out sick, they had to be gone for 14 days if they had COVID. So we had teachers that had substitutes in their classrooms for 14 days, students that missed 14 days of school. We had classrooms that actually had to move to virtual because there were too many students that were sick in their classrooms. So we tried to focus on giving people the tools and the training that they needed, but it was really difficult to focus on any type of structured learning. Finally, in 22-23, we moved to resume normal operations. We were back in person, and the focus really shifted towards wellness of our staff and students. It was a pretty traumatic few years. Our teachers were focused on reestablishing routines for our students, social interactions, making sure that the students understood their behavior expectations, and they honestly were exhausted from using tech at the pace that they were using tech. So we had to work through the exhaustion, the tech exhaustion. By 23-24, we came back to a little bit more of a feeling of normalcy in instruction. But then what happened was we had budget reductions, and our DMSs moved to half-time, and we lost our digital learning coordinator. As I said, most districts spend years for a one-to-one device rollout. They have time to plan, to train, and to thoughtfully integrate technology, but that's not how this rollout happened. So this last school year gave us an opportunity to actually reevaluate the iPad rollout. We took the time to engage with administrators, teachers, staff, and families to assess whether we were truly meeting the needs of our district through this rollout. In looking back at that initial rollout, it stemmed from challenges of remote learning. At the time, we didn't have a choice as to how we were going to implement this device, but now we knew we had the opportunity to reflect and make adjustments that better align with our students' needs. The feedback that we received from our interested parties clearly indicated that in today's educational landscape, iPads play a vital role in how we do school and in preparing our students for the global workforce. You can see all of the pieces that feedback had told us. That was why it was a vital role for us. They're not just devices, but they are essential tools for instruction, collaboration. All of our assessments are done on the iPads, and they help us to allow students to connect with content in different ways and with each other in meaningful ways. I can stand up here and talk to you all day about the role of our iPads and the role they play in our schools, but I'd really like you to hear from our teachers and our students. And so we are going to take a minute to hear that. Our Lakeville Area Schools One-to-One iPad initiative was launched in the fall of 2020. Our goals are to enhance student learning and ensure equitable access to digital resources. The program has evolved significantly with increasing efforts to integrate digital tools into instruction in meaningful and purposeful ways. The program is part of a broader technology ecosystem with the goal to create a dynamic learning environment. Teachers have been leveraging tools like Apple Classroom to support student learning, manage devices, and provide real-time feedback.
iPads have helped to enhance the learning that was already happening in Lakeville schools and allowed students to be creative in the process.
At its best, technology brings us together. The way that I try and do that in my classroom is iPads are a tool for collaboration. iPads are a tool for us to make connections to learning and make connections to each other.
Access to iPads has helped me expand the world for the students as I consider what they need to know, but also can find resources, activities, videos of real life circumstances that can bring the world right to them.
The fundamentals of teaching of like collaboration, critical thinking, investigative learning, inquiry don't change depending on the tools that you have, but tools can augment those basics.
So having an iPad is like really useful and resourceful, and it helps us learn a lot.
We've always wanted to use drawing in our graphics classes, and we've never really had the Padlets or anything else that we've been able to use. But now with the iPads, there are some programs that we can use where we can now start integrating drawing into those classes.
The biggest lesson they have to learn is that it's a tool at school and it's not a toy. Once we learn that, we do a research project, and research is really hard for kindergartners because we're not strong readers yet. Our digital media specialist found a Pebble Go website that she's linked them all into, and it's got kid-friendly research books on them, so the kids can read and listen to the books, gather research, and we use our iPads to help with that, and it has changed how we write our stories now.
The biggest thing that iPads provide for us as teachers is just flexibility. It's the ability to adapt to student needs kind of in the moment more. As an example, if a student is maybe not understanding the wording of a question, if that question is, confusing to them, then I can edit that question on their iPad right away. With new tools that we have, we can change reading levels. We can really adapt assignments to meet students where they're at.
Our digital media specialists have provided crucial support by modeling lessons and working with staff one-on-one. This hands-on guidance has helped teachers incorporate iPads more effectively into their practices.
I think access to the iPads has been a net positive effect for students and staff. First and foremost, because it helps them to prepare for a digital world. They are going to need those skills. It also increases in other areas, increases engagement and motivation in all of our areas of instruction. It gives opportunities for interactive and personalized learning. It helps students to gain digital resources and real-time research.
Students are motivated when they have the power of their own choice in how they create a project. The projects that we are able to create through our iPads, the sky's the limit. They can choose your traditional Google Slides project. They can create and edit videos, and I feel like it prepares them for the real world because they're using tools that future employers are going to ask them to do.
There's a lot of different things that you can do with your own mindset of creations. Made a logo and products.
Our student iPads are educational tools, and their use is intentionally integrated to help students use them in a balanced, safe, and responsible way. We only allow vetted and approved apps on the devices. Our technology team has implemented robust filtering, monitoring, and digital citizenship training to help our students navigate the online world responsibly.
They can create products that show their learning. They can be curious about something and get answers literally in seconds, and learn tools for being a good digital citizen.
They're kind of discovering things for themselves, and learning skills like digital literacy. And so that enriches my teaching because I'm giving them the skills that makes them kind of more in the driver's seat of their own learning. Anytime kids are in the driver's seat of their own learning, that's meaningful, and iPads and technology can put them in the driver's seat in a way that maybe you can't if you don't have access to those tools.
Looking ahead, we aim to continue preparing our students for a future where technology is an integral part of their personal and professional lives. That was pretty awesome, right? So neat to see that in action. I do want to send a thank you to our wonderful communications department led by Grace Olson. They've created a video that really tells a story about how integral the iPads are in our district. So as we continue to refine our approach to implementation of iPads and digital tools, we knew that we needed a systems approach to technology integration. A systems approach allows us to ensure that technology is not just an add-on, but an integral and a sustainable piece of the educational experience for our students. It moves our schools from simply using technology to leveraging technology for meaningful transformation. So we have implemented steps this year to ensure that we're integrating technology intentionally and system-wide. While it was necessary for us during COVID to allow our elementary students to bring their iPads home every day, through reflection and feedback, we have transitioned to a gradual release model. Now, our elementary students keep their devices at school with the option for the teacher to send them home only when there's a clear, purposeful learning opportunity for them. This approach ensures that the devices remain valuable instructional materials rather than just an extension of screen time. As you are aware, the district, one of our district priorities is around Tier 1 instruction, and the next 4 points on this slide are going to be around that Tier 1 instruction and our district priority. So the second one, the MTSS fidelity check. We are enhancing our Tier 1 instruction by using digital tools, integrating digital tools as part of our MTSS multi-tiered systems of support framework. So digital integration will be part of the look-fors. When you walk into a classroom, you should see digital tools being used in a meaningful and purposeful way. Additionally, we are working on a new teacher evaluation system. While this is still in the planning phases, the conversations, I've been part of those conversations, and I am sure that we will see expectations of how students will purposefully use digital tools for learning on this new evaluation. The next piece over is professional development. And as far as our commitment to continuous improvement, we want to move to a model where the use of technology is integrated into all professional development rather than being a siloed piece. We want to have it integrated so that people know it's part of how we do school, not something separate. It shouldn't be like, now we're going to use our iPad for free time. It should be a valuable piece of that instruction. And our building-specific PD comes from our DMSs. They do one-on-one coaching with our teachers. They also provide building-specific or site-specific professional development, and they go into classrooms and co-teach with our teachers to make them feel more comfortable as they integrate technology. And finally, standards review process. Digital integration is now embedded into the standards review process. So when our committees come together to review standards, we are ensuring that the approach is aligned for digital instruction, for goals and student needs. An example of this is at the elementary level. There is a digital media specialist on all of our standard review committees. They come in and they can support teachers with that work and give them some ideas of how to integrate technology. And at the secondary level, our DMS team just met with the Social Studies Standards Review Committee to support their work last week. So as a district, we are excited for this systems approach so that technology isn't something on the side or siloed, but it's integrated. I would like to give you an example of the work that our DMSs are doing. On this slide, you'll see a draft of the work of our DMS team, our elementary DMS team. We also have a secondary roadmap for iPad integration, but they're doing this to create a systems approach to help our teachers integrate technology. Here you'll see that they've laid out the skills that students should know and be able to do at each grade level. With this, a teacher can see that if I'm a third grade teacher, I will know that my students in second grade already learned how to use Keynote. And so I don't have to reteach that, or I can teach it at a very quick level because they've already done that in second grade. So it gives the teachers a little bit more of a roadmap as to how they can best integrate technology. This work is in draft form. You see draft across because it has not been rolled out district-wide. I just wanted to give you an example of how we're doing this work to be able to standardize what we roll out across the district. And it's a meaningful and purposeful plan rather than being something separated. Another thing that I'd like you to be aware of is that we are very mindful of supporting our student well-being in a digital age. I don't know if any of you are familiar with a book from Jonathan Haidt, and it's called The Anxious Generation. This book actually explores the sharp rise in youth anxiety, depression, and mental health struggles. And Haidt links these trends to the widespread adoption of smartphones and social media. And in the book, he emphasizes the need for schools to promote digital literacy, a healthy balance with technology use. And that's what we're doing. We are in tune with what Haidt is saying, and I know I've been standing up here a long time, so in light of that, I just want to point out that what I've been talking about, meaningful and purposeful tech use, is here. The other one I'd like to point out is collaborating with families on digital health and wellness. We do that through allowing families to have access to JAMF Parent, J-A-M-F Parent. And that is a tool that parents could use when the iPads are home to be able to lock down students in so that they can control what the student is doing on their iPads. We also have the securely filter on all of the iPads so that students aren't getting into sites that they shouldn't be. That is aligned with the Children's Internet Protection Act. AI. As we continue exploring AI in education, we are actually taking a gradual, thoughtful, slow, and safe approach to the adoption. Our goal is to support students and staff in understanding AI, but we want them to do it responsibly. So we are starting out dipping our toes. Our DMSs and teaching and learning have some presentations to teach our teachers about AI and how they can use AI for their productivity. Also, new curriculum that we adopt has AI embedded in it. An example is a textbook that they have. A student could highlight a phrase or something they don't understand, and the AI will pull it up so that they can see what is meant by that passage. AI will also create quizzes and some test questions for them so that they can practice flashcards. It will create that based on what they highlight in the textbook. We recognize that one of the concerns around AI is its potential for misuse. So we want to make sure that we are helping students learn how to use AI ethically. And then also data privacy and safety is always a concern for us. And some of the AI systems do not allow students who are under 18 to use them, or in the instance of ChatGPT, it is under 14. And so we're very mindful of that and really want to take this slow so that we are doing it in a thoughtful way. Since the DMS team, were you going to ask a question? Sorry.
Just a brief, is that okay? Oh, sorry, thanks, sorry. Just a brief question about AI. So at the University of Minnesota, they're looking at this too, obviously, and that's where I work. And one of the concerns, in addition to what you mentioned, was that by people, like faculty and staff putting information into AI, you're losing your proprietary, your IP, basically. Is that something that the district's looking at, if a teacher uses AI with their own curriculum, or?
It is.
Okay.
That's a concern for copyright reasons, and putting people's names in there, students' names. We don't want our staff identifying names, because then we're giving that data to AI. So that's why we're taking a gradual step to this, because we want to make sure we've covered all of our bases as we roll it out. Since the DMS team is under my purview, I would be remiss, they'd be throwing darts at me back there, if I didn't talk about the second part of their job. And the second part of their job is leading our school libraries. Our school libraries are more than places to just check out books. They are hubs of learning, exploration, and discovery that support curriculum and independent learning. Our DMSs are at the heart of these libraries, and they play a critical role in fostering literacy, supporting research, and just helping students to generate a love of reading. There is nothing better than walking into one of our libraries and seeing exactly what you see in this picture here. Kids just enjoying reading and sharing with each other. Research consistently shows a strong correlation between library usage, book checkouts, and improved reading habits. The more visible and engaged a DMS is in the library, the more excitement and opportunities they create for students to connect with books. In this year so far, I am happy to report that our students have checked out over 120,000 books so far. I think that is just incredible. And we still have 2.5 months left of the school year. So next, I would like to take you through how we receive funding for technology across the district. We have local funding and federal funding available to us. First, we're going to take a look at our local funding sources. As Superintendent Baumann said, there is no direct state funding for technology. And so we rely on funding that we receive from the district and from our community through levies and bond referendums. Each year, you can see at the top, we receive over $1 million in our operating budget. This budget helps us pay for operating equipment and software, such as our firewall renewals, Infinite Campus, Omni ID, Securely, the take-home filter, our ticketing system, that type of support. As Superintendent Baumann shared, we are very thankful for the support of our community for approving an important levy in 2015. This levy provides us with over $3 million in funding, and that helps us maintain everything that I just talked to you about in this presentation. It helps us maintain our classroom technology, our one-to-one devices for staff and students. It helps us to have a replacement cycle for computer labs and support cybersecurity. We also have our community to thank for a referendum in 2019, which was an operating levy, and we also had a bond referendum. The operating levy supports us with 4 IT staff. I'm thankful for that one because I was hired with this one. And then we have our bond referendum for $6 million. This is a one-time dollar amount, and that is being used to upgrade our systems to meet cybersecurity, upgrade our cabling, and any disaster recovery requirements. On our federal, did I go the right way? Yes, on our federal and state funding sources, federally, we take part in the E-rate program, which is through the FCC. This funding makes telecommunications and information services more affordable to schools. We are given money based on a discounted rate, which is based off of your free and reduced price lunch. So we are given 50% of what we request. In Category 1, we get 50% of paying for our internet, and in Category 2, we receive 50% of $167 per student over 5 years. With that money, we are going to be installing our Cat 6 wiring that Patrick was talking about in some of our other buildings. We also have Minnesota Telecommunications Equity Aid. This is to help us pay for internet after the E-rate pays for 50%. Minnesota Telecom Equity Aid helps us pay a portion of that as well. And then we have Minnesota State Library Aid, which could pay for library books, it could pay for electronic resources, digital tools, audiovisual equipment, and salaries of school library media specialists. And with that funding, we pay for 2 of our digital media specialists. As part of the governor's new budget that I just saw come out, he actually is he's recommending to reduce the Minnesota Telecommunications Equity Aid and the State Library Aid. So we will be paying close attention to his budget as it moves forward. So looking ahead to, one more thing. This is just showing all the technology by numbers, all the technology that we have across the district, 15,000 iPads, over 700 PCs that we have. I think what was fascinating was we have 20 miles of fiber optic cable across our district. We have 900 access points in our district, 5,000 network drops. These are all the things that our technology team is able to support across the district. So as we look ahead to our new educational technology plan, which is our next 5-year plan, we see a future where technology is fully integrated into the learning experience. You can see our vision there, and our goal is to make sure that we equip students with the ability to navigate and shape a digital landscape where fostering ethical and responsible technology use. And to bring this vision to light, we have identified 5 different priorities. And on this next slide, I know there's a lot of things on here, but I wanted you to see that we have key areas that we are looking forward to moving forward with and have completed by 2030. On global workforce readiness, this is where we'll be working with teaching and learning to integrate technology with the standards. In number 2, we are looking at cybersecurity and data privacy. An important piece to note on here is that we look at a zero trust security model. So we don't want to trust anybody. We want to make sure that we have the right pieces in place to monitor and adjust as needed. The 4th bullet down is implementing an email security platform. Anytime someone gets a phishing email, they send it right now to an email cybersecurity one at ISD 194, and people manually look at those emails to see if they are a threat or not. And so in this plan, we will be implementing an email security platform so people don't have to do that manually anymore. Number 3, box 3, is our equitable access to technology, standardizing technology district-wide. This is maintaining what we're currently doing. This is making sure that we have a rotation in place for all of our technology equipment. And box 4 is around a unified identity and access management system. We are actually going to be moving away from OmniID to something called ClassLink, which is a more robust identity and access management platform. And in box 5, one of our priorities is to make sure that we have clear data-driven insights and analytics. We want to make sure that we can provide those real-time insights for decision-making. Along with some of our exciting things coming, there are some challenges. We have a fixed budget constraint. There's no dedicated state funding that is going to support us, and so we do rely on our community to invest in our technology. We also have ongoing cybersecurity issues that we have to pay attention to and be mindful of. And then, of course, we've already talked about staffing and professional development being a challenge for us. So our road to 2030 is definitely an ambitious one, but it's filled with exciting possibilities for us. This work is going to require collaboration across our system and across our departments. You'll see one of my favorite quotes at the top of this slide: "Technology will never replace great teachers, but in the hands of great teachers, it's transformational." So we look forward to working with you and our community to shape the future of what technology looks like in Lakeville area schools. Thank you for your patience in listening to all of that.
Director Nicholson.
Couple quick questions. So, no questions on the cybersecurity, hardware, all that stuff. Awesome. The integration in the classroom, that's my question right now. So the way we integrate technology in the classroom, do we have standards for use? Do we have like standards for PD? Like how often are teachers getting some sort of an update or training done by the digital media specialists? Like, hey, these are new things that have come out. We found this app. You know, these schools have used it really well. Do they use it, you know, across the board? Like, how do we disseminate information like that? How does iPad use in the classroom at all the different grade levels? Like, are they using it consistently? Are all the classrooms using it consistently? Have, you know, everybody from the teaching and learning side bought into the concept of using this very powerful tool to help augment what they do every day?
So I hope that is, to some degree, what I've highlighted in the presentation, that our initial rollout of these devices did not include any of that because we were doing that in a pandemic.
Yep.
But as we're moving forward, that is the direction that we want to go. We want to make sure that this is integrated with our Tier 1 instruction. And so that slide where we had the MTSS framework, making sure we're integrating there, will help us to say, hey, we're here and we want to help, and people will begin to integrate that. On the TDE, or the teacher development and evaluation, having a stake in the game on that will show people that this is important for us to be able to integrate. And then being part of the standards review process shows that teaching and learning does want us to be in there and help integrate technology.
So on those first two that you touched on was more of a, you said, you know, we hope they're going to ask for it. So I guess that's kind of my question. Like, do we have a standard? Do we say like, hey, you know, like, is teaching and learning and IT here, like, are we integrated yet? Like, are we at a point where, you know, you guys have agreed that this is sort of the right usage of this? You know, you should use it this many hours, or, you know, limit it this many hours or minutes or whatever. Or, you know, it's not just, oh, hey, you did good, you're done early, you get to go sit in the corner and read epics. You know, like, I
would
tend to
say,
hear that often.
To directly answer your question, no, there aren't standards that we have, but by integrating it into the MTSS framework and teacher evaluation, it becomes more important to people because they see it front and center. And so seeing it there gives us the foot in the door.
So I guess on that topic, like, what have they put in terms of like what their assessment is going to look like from a technology use or integration of it? Like, what does that look like?
On the teacher evaluation?
Yeah.
We're not done with that
TDE.
process yet. The committee is still meeting to flush out those pieces.
Okay.
Yeah.
Director Anderson.
I just wanted to compliment you on a very robust presentation. This was, I mean, I feel for how long you've been standing up there, both of you. And also, thank you for being here as long as you have, Patrick and Tracy. I cannot imagine coming in when you did, and just as a parent during that time, I wasn't on the board. I did not know. I mean, obviously we were all going through the pandemic, but these iPads came home and things were figured out, and it was not very clear we had a new person in the role that you were in. So
thank you.
I just want to compliment kind of how this department has navigated us through the pandemic. And also, you know, I know the questions tonight are tough in terms of where we're at, and it's clear that we're kind of like on a jumping off point in terms of how we use this data and how we get all staff on board and all those things. So I just think you guys are doing a great job. So thank you.
Thank you. You can tell we're really proud of all the work we've done because we couldn't wait to show you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to take a recess. Let's come back at 5:02. That's okay. believe we are back on. Down to 6C, board reports. Any board reports? Director Cameron.
Thanks. Today, I was able to visit the open house, I think it was called, or the grand opening of the Lakeville Student Art Show, which is at the Lakeville Art Center. If you haven't been over there yet, it opened on March 10th. It's open until April 3rd, and there's art featured by K through 12 students in our district, and it's pretty awesome. So go check that out if you have an opportunity. And then also on my way to the meeting, I stopped at Culver's because my kids wanted Culver's, and it was JFK night. And so all the proceeds, or not all the proceeds, a certain amount of proceeds, I forget which, go to the schools that are designated that night. And tonight was the special ed team from JFK. And so I just want to give a shout out to all the teachers who go to Culver's night. I think it's a great community building opportunity for our schools to come together, but it's also time where they are unpaid, serving our students and our families to help our schools earn like $200 or $300. So our teachers are out there putting in unpaid time to create community, but I think it's of note to kind of thank them for their efforts and to acknowledge that that is something that they're asked to do in addition to their contract.
Nice. Director Nicholson.
I swung by the Century PTO. They were fantastically quick, and they pride themselves on it. In and out in 45 minutes. I was shocked and thought it was great. Also, thank you to our digital media specialists. I spent multiple hours with 3 of you. I think you gave me a lot of insights into how everything's working right now for you guys, the library program, how the technology is being utilized, where some of our gaps are, and what we can work on to do better. So I really appreciate all your time. Thanks.
Director Baker.
So I just want to say that the board had a wonderful time at the Home and Garden Show that was put on by the Chamber of Commerce this last weekend. We had several board members in attendance. We got to talk with community members all day long. I really enjoyed the Young Entrepreneurs section that had students from within our district and from within surrounding cities that had things that they were selling. I spent a lot of money there. Really cool things that kids are doing. And then the highlight of the show, I would say, would be because we were by the community ed booth and I had chickens thrown at me all day long. At first I thought this was unintentional as I was standing by the basket, but I think I heard Steve Porter say if you hit a board member, you get 2 extra points, but no one can confirm or deny that. I did ask if I could keep a chicken at the end of the day because it did have a Lakeville symbol that was like burned into its belly, and I thought that was kind of cool, and considering that I got hit with it several times, I thought it would be kind of cool to keep as a souvenir. But anyway, I did make it in the top basket. I threw a chicken, and I watched Superintendent Bauman make it in all 3 baskets. So we all are very, very capable of throwing chickens in baskets on the board, and we proved that on Saturday. So,
Anyone else? Director Thompson.
I attended the expo as well, and I attended, and I would say that the youth section was pretty awesome. I've never been to an expo before. And to see all the vendors that are out there, but also the youth section was pretty cool. I did spend more than I needed to or wanted to probably in the kids section, but I did get a really cool sticker that says "No Bad Vibes," and so the lady the child that I bought it through was pretty awesome, and so it's on my wallet.
All right. Superintendent's report.
Well, I was going to talk about the full house that I got in Plinko, but we'll skip that. I do want to say to our young entrepreneurs and their supportive parents and guardians, and I think a few grandparents were there too. That program is amazing. The chamber is very supportive of it. I know other board members talked about it, but a tip of the cap to all of our students who are energized to learn about business and have businesses. And yes, spend a little much there too, but that's worth it to me. So just want to share that. And I'm going to yield from here because I think we have more work to do.
All right. 7 recommended actions. We've been talking about this all night, so let's get to it. I'll make the motion, but very interested in discussion, what people have to say, and any amendments to the proposal. So I would move to approve, or have the school board approve and adopt the resolution as drafted. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's seconded by Director Carbone. Is there any discussion on the motion? Director Cameron?
Thanks. I'm going to take a step back. I feel like it's an intense environment in that I have a lot of thoughts about the resolution and questions, and not opposed to having good data and making data-based decisions. So that's the first thing I want to say. I think our board needs to seriously take a minute to figure out what our processes are. How do we want to operate? How are things decided to be put on the agenda? We ask our administration to give us presentations like the ones we've heard tonight in an effort to help us understand, digest, have conversation. And then we come back later for key decisions like around the levy. We're not deciding on the levy tonight, right? Because we need time, and we've asked for this time for to make things better, to make sure that we're hitting all the right elements with different items, and to ask for the board to vote on something that has never been discussed in this form, I think is unreasonable. I really think, given the many meetings we've had now, and I'm sure some people maybe are surprised about tonight, that this is like a moment to figure out, are we going to work together, or are we going to, and try to build consensus and try to make things as strong for our district as a collective, or are we going to put things on here that we know will have at least 4 votes? I think that is a leadership decision that needs to be decided. Obviously, you probably know how I feel, that we need to build consensus, collaborative. I think it's what's in the best interest for the district and the community. That being said, I think what we haven't done as a board in collaboration with the administration is determine what are our priorities and goals for the board, but also for the district. And so it's impossible for me to vote on this tonight because, as Superintendent Baumann has multiple times expressed, there are limited resources and there are many, many, many needs, right? So how do we prioritize, how do we triage what the needs are? And in my opinion, because we do not have work sessions any longer, if you look at almost every school board in the metro, they have work sessions to try to figure this stuff out in collaboration with their administration. They're setting goals, they're making priorities, they're making good collective decisions for a student body. We are not doing that, and I think that is something that we need to reflect on, and I think this is inefficient. I think it is divisive, and I don't think it's what's in the best interest for our kids ultimately that are going to our schools. I want us to be a collaborative, highly functioning board and a highly functioning district. This is not it, and we've heard from multiple people, and I am in full agreement. I'm embarrassed to sit here and to have to participate and even say these things tonight because I haven't had the opportunity to be brought in on building consensus, on building relationships with people, to set agendas for our board. I think this resolution implies that we are not doing any of this work. The presentation night was to the contrary of many, like at least half of what's in this resolution. And so there's no possible way that in this format, this resolution should go forward tonight. And I think at the heart of this, it shows that our board, and I put myself in this boat because I learned a lot tonight, we don't understand everything that's happening, and that's okay. We can't be experts in everything. But what we can do is assume that our leaders are qualified, that we put trust and faith in our superintendent to run a district, and that we are here to hear what are their challenges, what are they not able to accomplish, and how can the board help facilitate that to better improve student outcomes, to better support students? We're not doing that. Instead, we're creating mandates to put on administration rather than hearing from them. I see in this resolution tonight many things that our district is already doing, and I can attest that, for example, in here is information about wanting our district to put in intervention systems if a student is struggling. I know from many families, friends of mine, the second a student is flagged in FastBridge or whatever the assessment is, intervention is implemented immediately and then assessed to make sure that kid gets up to the grade level with whatever skill that they're struggling with. It implies that we're not doing that. We are. I think we can do better. I think our administration tonight has even said that we need more resources. But what I was surprised at is that we have the data to make these decisions. What we don't have is the student support staff to help make sure interventions are successful in all levels. Like, for example, the middle school presentation we had from Teaching and Learning a few weeks ago, there's no intervention staff at the middle school. So all day long, we can note in a dashboard if a student is struggling, but we have no staff on the ground who can actually address that. And so I want our board to set priorities in collaboration with administration before we start writing resolutions that take resources away from perhaps what is actually needed. I have a bunch of questions about the particular language in this, but I just want to put all that out there right now that I think we need to take a moment to breathe and to kind of check ourselves on how we want to operate.
Director Nicholson.
So I read this Sunday, and my assumption was a lot of the stuff that we got covered today sort of answered quite a bit of what was actually in here. So with the way it's written now and the fact that we're talking about voting on this as is, I don't see we need to. I think we can move on from this at this point and probably talk about how do we actually access the data that's actually in these systems. So now I think that's a little bit of a different resolution or a different directive. How we go about that, to your point, probably need to figure all that out. But I think a lot of it now has been sort of answered that the physical infrastructure is probably there. We need to figure out how we're going to ask for the information or develop a dashboard or whatever it is that we need to see it. Because I for one, and I said it before, I don't love the dashboard thing that we saw. It was not, in my opinion, that wasn't a dashboard. That was just, hey, these are the graphs that we had to pull manually and put up there. So if we do have that capability, I would like to see more of that type of thing presented. So that's kind of where I'm at now.
Director Baker.
So I would echo what Director Cameron said. I feel incredibly frustrated as a board member when it feels like a surprise at the table. I pull up the agenda and I'm reading a resolution that I had no part in determining what should be on it, what shouldn't be on it, and the process we've used as a board. Again, this is a past process, and every new board has to determine what their process is that we had several things that were brought to us, and all of a sudden we just had to vote on it. And all of us that are sitting here were incredibly frustrated with that because we didn't have time to gather data and make informed decisions. And so the process that we've used in the past, or that we had tried to follow, was that it was brought to the board, we discussed it, and then we had another week or so, depending on when it was brought, before there was another board member, or board meeting, so that we could ask questions, so that we could refine it, so that we could make changes, so that we could fully process and understand the information without needing to make a last-minute decision, which was what I requested and why I requested the item be moved, and it was denied because they didn't want to not vote on it tonight, which I don't think that. I think as a board, we need to figure out what our process is and stick to it, because putting things on the agenda that board members didn't have any say in, it puts us and it backs me in a corner to where I have to feel defensive. And that's how I feel tonight. I feel like I'm looking at this going, but our district is already doing this. Like, I want to know what the administration is recommending as far as a resolution and what we need. And then I look on these things, on some of these things that I'm reading in the resolution, and there's dollar signs attached to that. We don't have the money to do that right now. So how are we going to do that? And when the board, I mean, we are the leaders of the district, and when the board puts an initiative in front of the district from a resolution, then it ties the hands of the district, and they have to do that. They have to follow what the board is putting forth. Then I worry about, are we really working in collaboration with the district? Because we're definitely not working in collaboration with each other. And then when I see something like this, I don't feel like we're working in collaboration with the district either. What I'm looking for is what Director Cameron said. Like, I want us as a board to be collaborative. I want us to have discussions where I come in and I feel like my opinion is valued too, and that we make changes to our motions based on how other board members feel, so that we're working on things in consensus. And I guess when I look at the meetings for the past several months, it's been, this is the decision and the majority goes and then we go. But where's the board collaboration? Where's the work that we're doing to make sure that what we're bringing forth is the best thing for the kids and the best thing for our district? And unless we're looking at the different various opinions at this board and using those to make our policy, it's just one voice and not the board's whole voice. It's one voice of the majority, which I get that that's how the board functions, but you also have to take into account what other people are saying too. So I get that there's a motion and a second on the table. I would vote to amend the motion and table the resolution until there can be further discussion.
I second that motion.
There is a motion to amend and table, or, well, I guess it would just be a motion to postpone, I'm assuming?
The amendment to the motion would be to table the resolution until we've had further discussion on it.
No, I think it'd be a motion to postpone to a later date. Because amending it, would you be changing the motion, but you're asking to?
An amendment can change the motion.
But you're not changing the motion, you're postponing the motion, right? Tabling is tabling it to a later time today, which I don't think you want to do, but postponing would be moving to a different date. Is that what you're looking for?
I would like to just not have it at all and just vote no on it, but I'm not sure that that's being collaborative, and I'm asking people to be collaborative. So I feel like I would like to hear more information from the district on how this resolution would impact what we're already doing and if it's something that can even be done. So I would say postponing would probably be the correct motion.
All right, there is a motion to postpone. Is there a second? There's seconded by Director Cameron. Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone?
Sure.
Director Nicholson?
I think that makes sense right now. I mean, what we just saw was not necessarily what we heard from the other presentations. So again, with the way I read this, we were talking about things that we didn't seem to have in place or we didn't have access to. Apparently we have access to it. We have these systems in place. So I think we need to think about what we want to go after, what the direction is, and how we're going to either give them the money or figure out a way to tap into those things so that we can actually get some of the things that we want to see as a board. So I think that makes sense right now.
Director Cameron?
I think, and I might be off base here, so jump in if I am. But what I'm feeling over like the last couple of meetings and in conversation here tonight is that there's an interest amongst all board members, I think, in learning through data where is 194 doing well, and where do we want to improve? And then when we identify both where we're doing well and how do we want to improve, how do we need to allocate our resources and able to continue to do well in those areas, but also to improve? To me, that is the question. It doesn't necessarily need to show up in a resolution, but that is, in my opinion, the overarching questions everyone wants to address. And we need to do that in collaboration with district leadership and set some priorities, set some goals. I think that's what everyone is trying to get at, and that's what the point of this is, but it's just so in the weeds. Yeah.
And I'll address that if I can. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I absolutely agree. And we've sat through hours of presentations now on assessment data that have they've been it's data that I can go obtain online. The MCAs and the Fast Bridge data, and we looked at data from 2013. Nicole Adams was pointing out that test scores have dropped since 2013. It wasn't just a COVID issue. So that's where it gets concerning, and then we did ask for data, what data is available, and we were told, well, you'll be able to see it on the data dashboard, and it just wasn't there, right? So my understanding from our meetings was, look, we all are interested in seeing the data, to seeing where we have strengths, where we have weaknesses, so we can allocate assets as needed. We can see what interventions are working. That's the goal of this resolution. I guess I understand there's some frustration in the procedure. I don't see any specific tax on the requests of the resolution or the directives of the resolution itself. And I was surprised too to hear tonight that, hey, we do have these systems, but apparently we're just not using them to their fullest extent. So we might already be partway down the road, but it seems like, again, if we are making decisions, as a board, how do we do that without all the relevant data? And we just clearly don't have access to it at this point, and that's the intent of this resolution. But again, I don't know. I guess I'm not opposed to continuing the discussion at all, Director Baker. I'm not opposed to that. I guess I'm just not sure what the objection is to the requests of the resolution. So, Director Anderson.
Thank you. So I agree with a lot of what has already been said, and appreciate everybody's input. I think for me the challenge is two things, and Director Cameron has already highlighted a lot of how I feel about just how this board is functioning, and I think part of the challenge is this is a very new board in general. So even three of us who have been on this board or are veterans are 2+ years into this. And so one thing that I think is really important is we acknowledge that we have a lot to learn and how to function better as a board. And so, something that I will just give feedback on is it really doesn't feel good to have something put on the agenda that we have had presentations, but we have not established collectively as a board in terms of what we're looking from the superintendent. One thing that we have not gone through as a board yet is establishing the goals for the superintendent, and that's a really important process. Mr. Baumann, you are not new to the district, but you are new to this board in terms of your role, and you're back in this role, and we have not set the priorities for you in terms of creating the goals and priorities that we want you to attend to. And so at this point, we've received a lot of information from all of our different departments, which is great. I think everybody's in a place of learning, and for those of us who've been on the board, it's good review, and we're also learning new things as things advance. But for me, the problem is twofold. One, the process. I emailed this school board several years ago, 2 previous boards, where I saw such dysfunction in terms of how the members of the board were interacting with one another, and want to remind us all that we are at the top of the leadership in this district. So if we are not interacting well together, that sets the stage for everybody else. Why would our staff interact well? Why would our students interact well together if our board is not interacting well together? So I feel like, for me, where I feel like that is failing at this point is we do feel surprised. We do feel like we don't have all the information of where this resolution is coming from. As well as my second concern is that with the resolution itself is that we are already doing all the things. We can clarify. I would not vote to table this. I would vote to have this die at this point, just because the district is doing this already. It's just the decision of what level of information does the board need to support the governance, not the management of this district. So I feel like everyone maybe has a little bit of a different opinion about that. We need to talk about it. We need to our veteran 2-year board members need to, you know what I mean, need to talk with our new board members about what we all want and what is reasonable for this board going forward. So I would actually not support tabling it. I want it to go away at the moment. I don't know, don't we have to vote on your amended motion? We can amend it.
The motion to postpone has priority, so we could, yeah.
She can amend that motion too. I think that just has to.
Any other discussion on the motion to postpone? Director Thompson?
Yeah, I think I've been fortunate to work with you for the past 2.5 years or 2.25. And since then, we have asked for metrics and data so that we, as a board, 2 years ago would have better visibility of how our district was progressing from the financial side to staffing side to the academics. And we got something started, but again, not at the level that, from my perspective, would be as valuable. Now, I wouldn't ask an educator to do that because they're not in that profession, but I feel that I've got a unique business professional background that have worked with multi-million-dollar operations and so forth to be able to know these are the kind of metrics that I'm looking for to make sure that operations are running successfully and smoothly and efficiently. And so that is what I feel that I can bring to the table as we think about how we want to manage our $300 million operation, a $1.2 billion operation in the next 4 years. Over the past 90 days, this board has been informed the data's not there, the data's not connected, that there is no APIs whatsoever, that everything's a manual intervention, XYZ. And so one can come to a conclusion, someone with my background, as well as over the past 2 years, of the data not being relatively available to us in reports, that something is missing. And so seeing this resolution makes sense to me in establishing a data analytics team to power the necessary reports as individuals on the board to leverage, to monitor, and to govern. Now, state statutes, again, does state we are to superintendent manage. Every board member has the right to interpret that at your discretion, but based on my interpretations, I need this information so that I feel that I am confident in the decisions that I need to make and vote on so that our district is moving in the right direction. I am not opposed, I prefer this not to die because then it sets in stone that this is something that the district needs. And now while some of the things may already be in place based on today's conversation, which we didn't have over the past 90 days, and if it was known over the past 90 days, my hope is that it probably would have been shared over the past 90 days, that all the data feeds into Infinite Campus. There are there are separate environments in Infinite Campus that you can upload financial data, you can upload staffing data and personnel data, and then that feeds into EduClimber, and we've got hookups and already set up with Tableau that feeds into Infinite Campus to create the reports that you want, but we just don't have the money and the staffing, and so that I think piece of information was not as wasn't available, and which led to the decision on the vote earlier today to move this forward. So knowing more today, I am in favor that let me rephrase that. I still believe that the resolution is warranted, and I'm okay if we need to adjust it. But if things are already done in that resolution, then the district can come back and say, yes, we're using Infinite Campus. Yes, it's already going into here. Yes, this is whatever. These are how many resources we need so that the district has a dashboard to accurately show that our school is moving in the right direction. And so, excuse me, I am in favor of this moving forward, but that'd be my point of view.
Director Cameron and then Director Carbone.
I think, Director Thompson, you and I agree on this, and I agree with many people on this board that everyone wants the district to improve. I think district admin agrees, principals, teachers, everyone, right? We're doing well in a lot of ways. Of course, there's room for improvement. I think if you look at all, I would say, of the highly performing school districts in our area, they're not doing business through resolutions. This, in my opinion, is an aggressive mandate not taking into account, it's not co-drafted by anyone on staff to say, is this actually how we're going to move the dial? Are these where we need resources to get from 75% to 80%? My guess is, no, this isn't how you do it. And so I want to be a highly functioning board. I want to be a high-performing district, and we are in a lot of ways. But this, like, in my opinion, like, attack on the way we do business in our district is creating a public perception that we are not a high-quality district. And that is dangerous for a lot of reasons, one of which being the upcoming levy. I want to see us to work with administration, to sit at a table out here during a work session to say, okay, again, we want to move the dial 5% on this. How do we get there? What does the district need to get there? And that is not what this is. I don't know what these numbers are. They're just arbitrary numbers.
And that's the issue, right? To that point, like, and that's the question I've been asking. And again, you're not in the agenda planning meetings, but I've been asking that question: what are the metrics that we can use to accurately assess student performance and student outcomes and improvements? And because I want to be able to set realistic expectations, I don't think the state standardized tests are ones that we can set our goals based off from. And the information we're receiving is we don't have access to the other data, because I do think it's probably proficiency, right? Are children hitting proficiency in various categories for each grade level? But so far we've essentially been told we don't have that data. And so in order to set goals for the district, we have to have data in order to set those goals and then review those goals and assess them. And my understanding is what we've been told is we just are shown is we don't have that level of data. So I'm in alignment with you, I believe.
Yes. To jump in, and Superintendent Baumann, I'd love your opinion on this, but to me, great that you've been asking those questions, like behind, in these small meetings. This is a board-level discussion, and because we've eliminated the opportunity to have work sessions, I'm going to repeat myself over and over again. You look at Wayzata, Minnetonka, 196, they all have work sessions to go over this, and we're not doing that. And I think the lack of willingness to collaborate with the experts in our district to maybe the data doesn't exist. That'd be interesting to hear. From my perspective, I've seen the data. I don't agree with your interpretation, Director Thompson, on what you heard about things are analog and not integrated. I heard the opposite at presentation. So we need to come with a better understanding, but also we don't know. This isn't solving performance issues, this resolution. It's a very costly tool that we don't even know if we can afford. I don't even know what it's asking for, to be honest. And we have many of it. I have in my notes here, already doing this, already doing this, already doing this. So whoever wrote this, and I don't know who it was, that'd be interesting to know, clearly doesn't understand how the district operates. And that we need to start from that place first.
Director Carbone.
Yes. I also worked for major corporations as Director Thompson, and one of the things that data analytics shows and provides is it discovers things that need decisions that you didn't even know you needed to make decisions about. And if we go back to what we're talking about, giving Superintendent Baumann goals, finding out why there was a slide on the board, on the screen on February 18th that showed 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th graders, instead of at the 80th proficiency level, down at 59 to 62% proficiency, and in reading and math. And where are the data analytics? Where are the data analytics to show why, where, and what are the solutions? This resolution is driving the question. This resolution is simply asking that by June 1st, it's putting a deadline on it so that it moves, so that this initiative moves forward and these questions are forced to be answered. On June 1st, it is to be presented back to the board, all of us, so you'll all get a chance to listen to what If 80% of this resolution is already done by Tracy, bravo, Tracy, I pat you on the back for that, then there's 20% in this resolution that still needs to be accomplished. And in that respect, whoever's presenting, probably Superintendent Bauman, can tell us. The good news is 80% of this is done. 20% of this we still need to do. As a matter of fact, I thought I heard Tracy say that by 2030, one of the priorities is data-driven insight and analytics. If we can help her get there, that helps all the students, that helps all the teachers, and it's our responsibility as a board to drive these things forward and to not look at slides that show 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th grade functioning at proficiencies well below the 80th percentile in math and in reading. So I think the resolution needs to continue, and if 80% of it's done, then on June 1st, in the report back to the board, say so, and we'll work on the other 20%. But again, there are deadlines, and there are initiatives to be driven. And that's what this is about, because we're all talking about students, right? We're all talking about how are we going to get students to get better academic outcomes. This is one of the ways. Data analytics is one of the ways to identify things that aren't seen now.
Director Baker.
Thank you. I appreciate your experience in the business world. I appreciate everybody's background on the board because I figure these different perspectives give us a better idea on how to make policy for the district. So I'll just give you my background. I've been a birth to two teacher, I've been a preschool teacher, I've taught kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade, seventh grade. I have a degree, an undergrad degree in elementary education and early childhood education. I have special ed licensure in early childhood education, autism spectrum disorders, specific learning disabilities, emotional behavioral disorders, and I also have a degree in administration for a special education director. I have over a decade of classroom experience. Before that, I was involved in my church and teaching activities with that, and I have the last 3 years I've been a district administrator. I understand that you're looking for data. I understand that. But I also feel like you're missing the mark when you're looking at the data and how you're interpreting it. How do you know what proficiency is? How do you know that 40% based on that test score is not proficient? We also look at our state standards, which is a better measurement of what we're looking for at each individual grade level. When you look at a classroom of first grade students, in that classroom of first grade students, you're going to have maybe 5 kids to 8 kids that don't even know how to speak English, but yet they're taking that state examination. When you look at that classroom, you're going to have maybe 4 to 6 kids that are in special education, and to qualify for special education, they're 2 grade levels behind their peers, so they're taking that same state test. You're also going to have kids that maybe aren't at the first grade level, maybe they're reading at a kindergarten level. You're going to have kids that are reading at a 3rd grade level, or maybe beyond that. I'm just looking at that test score as not a good, accurate prediction of what the kids are doing every single day within our curriculum, within our district. So then the other question is, why would we need that information as a board to make our goals? So if you have all grade level information for every specific building and you're looking at the test scores for Eastview Elementary in the 2nd grade classroom, are you going to write a board goal that you want that 2nd grade classroom to get to 45% proficiency instead of 40%? Then we're only focusing on 1 grade level in 1 building. How is that moving our district forward? It's not. It's moving 1 classroom forward maybe, or maybe it's even 5 kids. I don't know. So when I look at that, I just don't understand why the board needs that level of information. Now, if we look at all the 2nd graders in the entire district, that's great. But again, we're only focusing on 1 grade level and not all of the grade levels, and we're responsible for all of the grade levels. Our district serves students from birth through age 21. We're focusing on test scores and all of this data, but you're not looking at all the other data points. That's why we have administrators. And then I also look at what's your definition of superintend, because the superintendent is an ex officio member of the board. If we're saying as a board that our job is to superintend, then we might as well just fire him and superintend. I don't know about you, but I don't get paid enough as a board member to superintend this district. I have a day job that pays my bills. So I'm looking at this going, again, I don't feel like as a board we've even had the discussion because I wasn't involved in writing this resolution. I don't feel like we're looking for the right data. I don't know what the board wants to do with the data for that matter, like that targeted data. And I really think, like, if you want to make reading and math a priority, let's make reading and math a priority for the board. Let's just say, hey, we want to see improvement in our scores. We don't need a percentage attached to that. We'll let them worry about the percentage. What are you guys doing to improve our reading and math scores? We don't need to make it specific. We're high level. We're not detail oriented.
Carly, can I have just say one thing? I mean, we are discussing this right now. I mean, this is collaboration to some extent. I mean, you cannot address the actual resolution, which, again, I'd rather have you point out issues. Director Cameron, like you said, you have issues with the resolution. I don't get, everyone's saying we're not opposed to data, but we don't want to vote on the resolution, and here is our conversation is going on right now. I mean, we can have this. And again, it's the collection of data. We're not specifying exactly what data we're going to analyze at this moment, but having a system that, we can access and will speak to us. We can pull the data if we want to have the assessment performed. So, sorry, Director Anderson, go ahead.
Yeah, so it doesn't feel collaborative because this has not been reviewed by the board we're supposed to vote on it tonight. That's where we haven't really put forth a collaborative process. But I want to say very simply that if Superintendent Bauman were coming to us and saying, you know what, I really need more in data analytics. Like, that is what I need in this moment. We are of limited resources, as everybody knows. We've talked about how we need more digital media specialists. We need a more robust counseling system in our school. We're trying to improve those kinds of things. We need behavior interventionists. We need, there are so many needs right now. And what I do not hear, and Mr. Bauman, feel free to jump into this, I do not hear him coming to us and saying, I need more in data analytics. And what our job is to create goals for the district that we expect, and goals for the district, goals for our superintendent, for him to follow through on that and deliver on the assignments. And I feel like we're hearing him say he has different needs, and we're seeing positions posted and things like that. And at that point, we have to trust in the leadership. So I feel like, and I hate to call you Mr. Bauman, but my biggest concern is that we have no idea about is what is the number on this, what's the dollar count on this that is going to result in us not being able to do other things that are critical to our student outcomes. So Mr. Bauman, I have no idea if you have any ballpark estimate.
Well, I do. I don't have a financial estimate because there's some specified and implied tasks within this resolution. And speaking to process, which I think is is part of the nexus of this, is the challenge we have without the work session process, and I've counseled that multiple times. My concern, and where I see this, is the data in terms of what we are collecting on is really not an issue. Where the data issue we have is in the establishment of key performance indicators and agreement around that through all the different major lines of operation which have been spoken to here, academics or teaching and learning, which has multiple layers to it, finance or budget, which is another part of this, and whether you want to bring in student enrollment or other things of that nature, and having a standard suite of agreed upon key performance indicators that are processed through Tableau at the appropriate either strategic or operational level for the board in order to identify, as Director Carbone spoke to or Director Thompson spoke to. We don't have that in in a synthesized or fused manner. I did speak to the board and to the public about having a quarterly business review that seeks to aggregate that. We have a lot of work to do inside the system in order to accomplish this. And I would have preferred this, as I have stated and counseled, as a performance requirement for me as the superintendent, and I can figure out how to deliver to you, the school board, and to our public what you're asking for and shape it within the priorities and the systems that we have in existence. So that's that. And then item number 2, which speaks a lot to curriculum, which isn't even really talking about data, but it is setting conditions around data in order to have a level playing field, if you will. The wording in here, I think, needs refinement that I would like to offer, because we are beholden to the state system, and given our current resources, financial resources, personnel resources, and our ability to bring that to fruition with buy-in in a labor environment is different than probably most of your business environments that you guys spoke to having experience with. And I don't know. I don't know if you work in unionized environments or not, but they're different. And you have to be respectful of that and bring people along. So those are some of the challenges at the strategic, maybe even operational level. But having Tableau, having EduClimber, we have the things, part of the scaffolding and the infrastructure, but we don't have the personnel that we need, I think, to focus effort on delivering a authentic and high fidelity system that I think this is asking me to do. And again, I would say, yes, the board has not directly given me goals, but my techniques, tactics, and procedures are to listen. And if you go in my office, you'll see on the board I have goals written out based on various conversations and listening and saying, I think that's an overarching goal that I need to address and pursue. And in the absence of orders, I figure out what is needed and I execute on that through a prioritization process and don't have my staff confused. So I'm working hard at that. Again, a resolution is a technique. I don't consider it to be the best technique, but I am not opposed to trying to accomplish these things, because when I returned, I think one of the things I shared with several board members was we need to have a better way of articulating and showing what where we're at. It's called See Yourself. How do you see yourself, and how do you share that with the public? Create that transparency and trust, and then where are you going to focus effort for improvement in a resource-constrained environment? So I get it. And again, I've counseled these things as they've been presented to me. And so you asked me to say it out loud, so I said it out loud.
Director Cameron.
Thank you for that, Superintendent Baumann. This is going to be a pretty direct question, so but I think it's important to ask. When I asked who wrote this, Director Nicholson, you motioned to Director Thompson. Brian, did you write this resolution? You did not.
I wrote the motion.
Okay.
Or the resolution.
Thank you. It's helpful to even understand where this came from.
Yeah. And again, I mean, the origin was from, multiple
I
discussions.
misunderstood Brad's motion. Sorry. I
Multiple
apologize.
discussions over a number of months and the presentations that we've received. And the goal being to, be able to have KPIs that we can review, on an interim basis to assess, how are our schools doing when performance of our job of superintending and managing the school district. Because otherwise, right now, what are we doing? I think our number one goal is to improve the outcomes of our students. And I don't know how we assess that unless we have actual data to look at. So, sorry, did you have another question?
I think just to Superintendent Baumann's point, I agree, and I think I've already said this, but just to reiterate, I think if you look at highly functioning boards in highly performing districts, they're not doing business through resolutions. So I think it's important to look at our processes to get at the goals we all want.
Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to come back to, we have not been through the process as this new board of reviewing the role and the goals of the superintendent. And so that's what I feel like is missing from this board has not been through that. And so Brian and Kim and I can think about the goals we created for the previous superintendent, and we have an opportunity as a board to do that soon. And so I would recommend that, as Superintendent Baumann suggested, we think about how we want to, as a board, get data. What level of data do we want, and how do we want him to deliver on that? And that is what we can task him with, and then he can come back to us or put on the consent agenda positions that he feels he needs to be able to deliver on our goals for that. But we do have to think about that, again, in the broader, what are the priorities of, what are our priorities right now, and where does this, and that's for him to consider as well, where does this sit with other priorities that he has from various cabinet members? So I would suggest we consider this as part of the superintendent review process that is coming very quickly, and we can create KPIs and come to consensus around that as a board.
Director Nicholson.
I understand where everybody's coming from. I get it. If we're looking at the data that has been presented, though, I don't think any of you want me to be the one to start saying we need to do something, because when I looked at the FastBridge scores, and I looked at them with my wife, who is a kindergarten teacher, I said, what does this tell you? And I'm not going to share right now what that response was from her and then what my interpretation was. So I'm hoping that we have a clear understanding that we want to see data, we want to see how we're really doing, and if FastBridge is what we're going to use, or if the MCAs are going to be what we're going to use, okay, be that as it may, but my directive is going to be not acceptable, as in we are failing. So I don't want that to be my answer. I want to know that we're doing better, because I feel like we are. I really do. I've met a lot of kids. The kids are not, I don't think the bulk of our kids are there, but the data we have seen does not show that. So that's the scary part for me. I don't like seeing that. That's the piece that I think we need to somehow get there. So I agree, let's postpone where we're at today, and let's reconvene here and figure this out, and we need to figure out how we're going to put a direction in place that says, if there's better metrics or more information, please show it, because if I'm looking at that, I don't want to be the one that you're going to look at me like I have a hammer then, because I'm going to say we have not met our expectation to the kids. If we're really showing 53% in math, I mean, come on. We're a $300 million district. We can do better than that. So I hope that is not where we really are. And I really don't believe we are. But again, that's all we've seen. So take that as it may. Like, I know we can do better than that. So I know we can somehow show better. So,
Director Carbone.
Yeah. To springboard off of something you just said, Director Nicholson, I think time is of the essence. I really do. I'll go back to what I said earlier. 6, 7, 8, and 9 proficiencies in reading and math instead of 80% down in the like 59, 62%. Every day, every week, every month, we sit here and postpone some type of decision. There are students who are struggling, and there are students who aren't just struggling now, but they will eventually struggle when they get into the upper grades and get out of school. I'm assuming that if 6, 7, 8, and 9 they're struggling, 10, 11, and 12 isn't going to be any easier because of the foundations that aren't established. So that being said, one of the concerns I have about postponing and canceling and all of the phrases we're using up here is time. Time to make sure that these students get what they need as fast as they can to make sure that we can give them the outcomes that we are all looking to achieve.
Director Thompson.
Yeah, I feel like I'm flying blind, and I have been over the past 2 years and a quarter. We have been, and we keep looking at the MCA scores, and like I think this was the first year that we were even introduced to the FastBridge scores. And so, again, I'm not going to go through my resume, but here's the bottom line, guys. Here's about, like, you need the data to run your operations. It doesn't matter if it's a school. It doesn't matter if it's a business. You need that to be able to set targets and goals. Now, if we have a lot of this stuff in place, great. Director Cameron made a great comment where 50% of our levies in Lakeville are generally approved. And that's the appetite of our community. And so we're not going to have the funding like Wayzata or wherever it may be. But that means, does instructional coaches, does elementary art, does fifth grade band, does high school class sizes, which one takes a priority? But if you don't have the data to validate which one takes a priority, then we're throwing darts blind. And so if I get the need to have a performance evaluation or set performance goals, but can we all agree that we need good data to be able to make good decisions? And if that's the case, we don't need to wait 3 to 6 months to put that in a performance goal. Pass a resolution, and then the superintendent can come back and say, this is what we have in place, this is what we don't have in place, this is how much it's going to cost to get us there. Do you want to spend that money? And so if our goal is to drive academic achievement, and while I'm not saying we need to spend money out of our savings account, all right, but if the investment is there, I'm okay making the investment to make sure that our kids are where they need to be, or for the district as a whole to be able to have the dashboard to know where we are, to know where we need to get to. And that's an investment that I'm willing to make.
Director Baker.
I think part of being a good board member is also looking at all the data and trying to look at everything, not just what's right in front of your face. And I understand that the academics is your main concern right now, and it's my main concern too. I want kids to do better in school. But if you're not in tune to what's going on in the legislature within our state with our budget, that's a real concern right now. And if you looked at the governor's budget and the update on that, what's still on the table is decreasing the funding for special ed transportation. There's also a decrease in the proration rate for how they fund special education. That will be millions of dollars for this district. And so looking at how we're going to how we're going to do that. Like, right? This to me, like this resolution is another unfunded mandate without thinking about all the different repercussions of that decision. Every decision that we make has consequences down the road. And right now we're making a decision to put forth funds towards something that I don't even know how much it costs. You're asking me to vote yes or no on something I don't know how much money I'm spending here. Plus knowing what's going on at the legislature, and that decision's going to be made by June 1st. I just know how much that costs. Special ed transportation is huge. The proration rate, so if you don't understand how special ed funding happens, let me tell you how it happens. So basically, they take our October 1st child count, and that's the funding that we get for the school year that we're in. They go from our child fund count from last year. So the funding that we will get this year, we have to pay it up front, and then they reimburse us at the end of the year. So they go off our child count from October 1st of last year. So there are students that moved into our district that have special education services that we're paying for this year that maybe that's more than we had last year that we have to pay for. Well, now they've decided that they're going to change our proration rate. So instead of reimbursing us 100% for the stuff that we've already spent this year, that's going to be 95%. That's at least $1 million, right? Just thinking about that. At least, yes. Right? And now you do special ed transportation. So here's what that costs for our district. We pay the same amount for special ed transportation that we pay for all of the gen ed transportation. That's how much special ed transportation costs. That's a huge cost that we may be incurring by June 1st. So again, you're asking me to vote on something without any information. I don't know how much it costs. I don't know the repercussions of this decision, but I do know that the district has these dashboards in place. Again, I don't understand what information the board is looking for. How granular do you want to get with this data? Because again, we are up here, not down here at the classroom level. I want kids to do better in education, so why can't we just say as a board, we are going to increase our reading scores. We're going to trust the administration to implement interventions. We are working on the READ Act. We've been doing that all year. We don't even have all of our teachers trained in that yet. Again, so I mean, just think about what you're asking here. You can't just look in front of your face because you're missing the forest for the trees. Like, it's a high level thing on all the things that you have to think about as a board member.
Director Anderson.
I feel like we could go in circles about this for the next 2 hours. I want to be very mindful of everybody who's still here in the audience. Like, you guys are all champions. Obviously, we all have to be here, and the district cabinet too. And so I just want to be mindful of where we're at, because it's 10 o'clock or 9:59. And we still haven't even talked about what's in this, which I have multiple concerns, as I know others do as well. I come back to what Mr. Baumann said earlier, which is he has counseled against this. It therefore does not feel collaborative with our district administration to move forward with this kind of resolution. I would love to see us do something collaborative with him. Again, we have a new superintendent to us. We have many new board members. We can create a plan and create expectations and get things delivered. But to me, right now, it is 10 o'clock. I've been talking for a full minute. I think we're just going to keep circling, and
Can I make
what
a
are we actually
proposal
going to
based
do
on
about
that?
this tonight?
So the motion to postpone is the motion on the table right now. There is no date attached to it. Again, so I'd rather not slap it back on in the next meeting. If we're going to postpone it, what do we say, 30 days between now and then? We have a discussion. We can ask the district to come in and say, hey, this is what we actually have the capability of doing right now with our system. So we know, because again, there's been conflicting information on this, but then it won't delay it that much. We can discuss what our expectations are. I mean, some board members seem like they're not interested in the data at all, or they don't think that we should be asking for it.
I just don't know what data we're looking for.
No,
Yeah.
Board member, sorry, not, yeah.
I
But
didn't say I
again,
wasn't interested in data.
that would give us some time. Otherwise, I think the motion to postpone is still on the table, and we'll have to call it here pretty soon. Director
Are you
Thompson?
asking me to amend the motion to put a date on it? Or to
That
amend my
would be
motion?
my proposal would be put a date on it. But Director Thompson?
I'm sorry, did you make a motion, or did you not? Or are you suggesting the motion?
That would be my proposal. So I'm putting a feeler out there to see if we can wrap this up.
I would be supportive of that, so that we've got ample time, and give Director Brovold enough time, if that is enough time, to understand the current state of where we're at, and then revisit the resolution. What I don't want is to not vote, to table it, and then we're blind for the next however many months. I'd like to have a timetable associated to it.
It's clear to,
Oops.
it's clear to me that you want movement. I want movement. I understand what you want me to do. Clearly, the level of granularity will probably be the next conversation, but we're moving with alacrity and dispatch in this direction. So you put a date on it. I don't need a date. I'm moving.
All right.
Call the question.
Yeah, I'll call the question for a vote. There's a motion before the board to postpone the vote on the approval of the resolution for the data analytics system. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say no. All right, it's passed unanimously, and it is postponed. With that, I will move to adjourn. Is there a second? There's a second by Director Nicholson. All in favor, say aye. 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 All opposed, say no. We're done.